Hello, Mario.
I'm back in the fucking building again!
Hello, Raiders! Hold on, I'm fixing something. If you can't talk, I'm so sorry.
Ah, hello, Gordon Freeman. It's good to see you.
I swear to God, every fucking time I turn on sub only and then I go and turn it off at the end of stream, it's still there.
Hello?
Okay, it's off. You can talk. You can talk now. I'm so sorry.
Hello?
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Hello,
Oh my
motherfucker.
God. And we're in ad break. Cadenza, welcome on in. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome on in, Raiders. I'll be there in just a moment.
Hello there.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, Mario.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Fine, thank you.
안녕.
I'm fucking getting there. Hold on. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna go insane. Mahalkita Blanc! He has such good timing. Hold on, I know I'm late. I didn't expect things to be broken. I know! In a minute! I can't think of the crudes now without us live skeeting about Trump being dead. Can we talk about that for 2 minutes before we start our super serious stream? Who else was filled with joy and whimsy all night? Tanner Heath, welcome to follow! There's more Tagalog this one in the last 15 years. Well, catch up, idiot. Catch up, Bobo. Right, googly moogly. Alright, I'm getting there. Hold on. You're full of pepperoni, Morse. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Oh my God. Fujitech, chill out. Nobody invited you here. Good morning, everybody. Hi, Zephyr. Ow.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I have no clue what the fuck is happening. Inform me. Oh, we all had collective delusions last night that Trump was dead. And it was great. And then every professional artist on my timeline decided to draw Sexy Watto to defeat the evil. So now there's a bunch of that fucker from episode 1 of Star Wars in a thong everywhere on my feed. Yeah, it was crazy. Pickle Taco Tray, thank you for the follow. All right, if you guys want to be said hi to, please say something, because there was a lot of yapping. Oh, so that's why I saw. Apparently today is Sexy Watto Day. Hi, everybody. Hello. Hi Nar, hi Mark, hi Nerdy Pup, hi Cretains, hi Blanc, hi Iron.
Hello, everyone.
Hi Marshall, hi Stevo, hi Shadow Worlds, hi Shanala, hi Craig, hi Sharksided, hi Valandria Winterwind, hi Syrups, hi Craigba, hi Dev. Watto can kind of get it apparently? No, no he can't. I won't touch it. I won't touch it. Alright, let's get some music going.
Hello, motherfucker.
What? I was looking at stuff earlier. I got my wheel here. We're gonna see if anybody else is on the list. Once I get some music going. We'll chill out today. A little chill music. I saw a ghost in the shell. No, you didn't. That's a ghost. Nobody can see ghosts. Let me touch it, coward. What am I touching? What? What are you touching? What's happening? Will fate not fate me? There's so many of you. There's so many. Hold on. I need to check to make sure nobody else has submitted anything while I was not looking. Mama. All right. Nothing there. Oh, nothing there. All right, we'll do a little bit of chit chat and then we'll ease into it. All right. Does Rune have a Discord? No, that doesn't exist at all. It does. It's in the links down there. Good morning. How is everybody doing this fine Saturday? Have fun with birthing. I hope your friend is great with pregnancy. Girl, you can't fool me. I'm deep down the transhumanist rabbit hole. I recognize a ghost in the shell. I don't know, man. The whole point is that it's a ghost in the shell. I got some work done. Yay! Hi, Cotton. How do you know they're your friend if they haven't been born yet? Past lives, Cadenza. In every universe, I would love doing laundry and taxes with you, including the one that you haven't been born in yet. Squirters, how we doing? Oh my god. I did draw my first piece of Yuri last night. Praise me, chat. Praise me. Praise me. Yuri, yay! Yay, Yuri, yay! Show me the Yuri? No. If you guys aren't smart enough to find it, then you're not smart enough to have it. It's like the scissors on the top shelf, right? If you're too small to grab it, you're too small to run around with them. How can we praise it if we can't see it? Are you judging my first based on how good it is? Are you judging my first based on how good it is and whether or not it deserves praise? Do we not praise people for losing their virginities even though the first time they have sex is probably the worst time they'll ever have sex? What the heck? Urian is a regular Yuri. It's enemies to lovers bug Yuri. The shark side has found it. Something about U versus Oppo. You let the linguist get a little sniff of your language, Rion. It's over for you. Got some more damage to upgrade my tactics game to handle larger. Nice, Dev. Like larger as in like size or larger as in like more? Can't believe you turn everyone into disc to throw? Oh yeah, it's true. Guys, can we talk about the fact I don't like the word cookie now means pussy. I don't like that at all. They're like, oh, they want that cookie so bad. And I'm like, well, didn't you have enough with cake? You want this cake? Now it's you want this cookie? Get over yourselves. Give me that salmon. I'm a bear. Let me eat in that fish. I see it all over the place, Dreki. I would love a cookie smile. Guys, do you feel like it's evil if someone smiles like upside down? If pussy is cookie, then we all know what brownie is. No! Stop it, Blanc. Don't make more of them. It's coochie, you fucking idiots. The fucking greed these people got. Quit having analogies to sweet treats. Do you know how many men will never eat pussy again because they're like, I thought it was supposed to be sweet? The only reason that my pussy would be sweet is because I'm wearing lead underwear. I am getting lead poisoning. And you will have lead poisoning too if you eat me out. Call it the fissional. Oh, God. Time to make cookies that taste like pussy. Oh my God. What part of the human body would be mac and cheese? All of you. It's cannibalism. I want to go home. Poison yourself and the partner. Guys, if you're gonna do a homicide-suicide, can you do it in a really funny way? Can you use a malachite dildo and then get your partner to eat you out, and then you both get severe acute malachite poisoning? What does pussy taste like, by the way? How do I do... This is not a sex lesson stream, guys. This is an OC review stream. Don't do that. I know, Bram. I know. I want some of that boy cookie. Is that bookie? I want that book. Because I learned to read. It tastes like cookie. I don't know why we're getting killed by Steven Universe characters. Oh, because malachite's very poisonous to you, Morris. And the pH of your vagina... I'm assuming you have one for the bit here. The pH of your vagina is acidic enough to dissolve the malachite into a liquid form, which then will be absorbed by your skin instantly and kill you. What is this guy's OC's pussy? No! Bad blog! Bad! You know better. Check the mod channel. All the weird comments, guys. Just remember, all the weird comments can go to me or other people in chat if they're comfortable with it, but they can't go on people's OCs, alright? Blanc is feral today. Guys, did someone forget to take the linguist on a walkie? Rian, go teach him a word in Tagalog. He's got zoomies. he needs to be played with. Girl, don't talk about my pussy on stream, that's parasocial. No, it's not. It's objectifying. Use your words properly. Goodness gracious. So how did Ring get canceled? I don't know, maybe because we made her talk about the taste of pussy. Can you get canceled for talking about the taste of pussy? Is that where we are in a society? Blanc, Blanc, it's okay, buddy. It's okay, buddy. Blanc, come here. All right, we're gonna be normal now. We're gonna be normal now. I'm doing one last check to make sure nobody else posted, and then we're hitting the whip. I think. All right, Blanc's gone. He's off into the linguist hole. That's Oppo, you This is like the B plot, guys. We're here talking about pussy, and then the B plot is Rian and Blanc talking about Tagalog. If we gotta be normal, we gotta go. Yeah, go have birth. Go give birth. All right. For anybody who doesn't know the format of this stream, I don't know either. This is the first time we've done it. We're figuring it out as we go. For anybody who's new here, I apologize for all of the pussy dissolving talk. This is pretty normal here. But when I'm talking about your OCs, I'm gonna be very respectful. All of the weird stuff is just gonna be, it's gonna be the B plot, all right? So just don't worry. Don't worry about putting your babies in my hands. I care a lot about your babies. They're all my little bear cubs now. All your OCs, they're mine. They're bear cubs and I will protect them like Mama Bear. B plot. We're gonna have new people. Yeah, there's a couple of them in here. How do they stop pussy from dissolving the penis? It depends on how basic the penis is. It'll neutralize the acids. That's why you guys can't have too much sex. You know how they use the used Band-Aid metaphor for women and like, oh, now your pussy's so stretched out. If you've ever been with a man, you have to keep your virginity. Your dick gets dissolved a little bit every time you have sex, and so by the time that your wife gets to see your dick, if it's not pure, it's gonna be like a burn victim. I got my haircut, Riyadh. Bye. Purified peen. I cleanse this peen. Type I clome in chat if you would like your penis to be cleansed of dissolving. I clome. We gotta choose an. I know we do. All right. Format for the stream. If you guys don't know who I am, my name is Runax. I do art professionally, but also not professionally. It's a complicated thing. I went to art school. That's the important part. And like real art school, not like, haha, what if we drew our feelings? But like got trained to do that shit. So like, even if I suck and I am a horror on Twitch, I do sort of know what I'm talking about. So that's where we're coming from, this mentality. For these designs, we're not ranking them on personal taste or anything like that. I will call out things if they are my personal taste or if they're not, just so that you're aware of grains of salt that get thrown while I review your design. But I will be focused on what you guys type as your goals, and we'll be focused on that. So even if something's not to my personal taste or something that I am interested in, I will be pushing you. Basically, if I don't like what you're doing, I will just push it to where I don't like it more. Therefore, it works better for what you're trying to do. Does that make sense? We get Nunrun in here, but I set up my VTube studio. No, that's my king. The dissolving penises or cloming? I went to fart school. You did go to fart school, Shanala. You're such a good farter. I'm currently... Alright, you're in art school right now? How frequently do you work on mechanical designs? Not at all. But I've already had big thoughts about your thing. Guys, we gotta let her get started. Yeah, stop eating my pussy and let me eat yours. I went to pretend art school? What does that mean? Hi, Bankles! Great, googly moogly. Spin. I'm getting there in a minute! Alright. I'm shuffling ya. Wee 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 wee. All right, first victim. No fucking way. Well, it's fitting because Glasdale was actually the person who suggested this for the union meeting last month. So, Glasito! All right, I'm gonna pull up his ref. Whoop, 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 whoop. It's in Discord. You guys watch me spin it. It's not rigged. Who is the Cerberus? Oh, that's Shanala. Shanala's in chat right now. I love Shanala. Whoop, 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 whoop. Alright, I'm actually going to be smarter. And I'm gonna paste them in here so that I have more space to work with. Woo! Mama! It's rigged, I'm eating it right now. What is rigged? What? Do you guys stop tying each other up in chat? Did you guys know that the word rigger is both for people who, like, put the bones and shit inside your live 2D and 3D models, and also the person who ties people up in Shibari. I hope you guys enjoy that fact. So every time that you think about what a rig artist is, you can be like, oh man! Oh, I knew that already? Yeah, you would, Azu, you sick fuck. Alright. And then I'm going to make sure I write on here, on my little notepad. I'm writing down everyone. If you guys can't watch the whole stream, that's fine. I'm going to write down everyone that got something so that they can go scrub. Okay. And then we're gonna grab the little blurb here. Whip. Okay. Glasdale says, "This is my VTuber Glasdale, who also doubles as my Sona. At the moment, I might convert him into my VTuber, but that's for the future. I think he has a solid design, but I'd like your input on some things. Do you feel the main white color should lean into more blue-green to match the secondary color of the scales, the green-blue color? I want to get an aviator vibe on him. What could I do to get him to that? How do you feel about the feet, since the part I put less effort in, and I could do to make them make more sense at an anatomical level, more into plantigrade feet, but I'm not fully closed into considering digigrade feet. Thank you, Rune." Okie dokie. Artichoke. I actually just work on an oil rig? Do you, Cadenza? I'd believe it. Riggers are also Goblins engineers? Like, Goblin this engineering? I love Shibari, best way to share a meal with friends. I know there was supposed to be a joke about the word Shibari not being the right one. But I also think we're going back to pussy eating talk. Yeah, I know the joke's hibachi. But now I'm just thinking about someone getting tied up so that everyone can eat the communal cookie. Thank you for the sippy. Cats are tasty, just ask Alf. What does that mean? Hi, Wolfen. Alright. Focus up, chat. You guys are killing me. I'm subjecting you guys to French house now. This is what you get. You get what you fucking deserve. Hello, focusing. Hi, Slug! I've never had a joke bomb so catastrophically. No, Morris, your joke was good. I was just too focused on making my own joke. I was really focused on the communal cookie joke. I'm sorry. That one's on me. Oh my god, you guys can pet all the people that we're doing. Alright. Let's get some crits. So number one, we're asking about scale color. And the easiest way to see how I feel about it is to simply color it. So we're going to take this color and we're just going to see what happens. Woo. Murmur. So at this point, someone managed to pet Glasdale. Yay! Is it okay to give our own thoughts? I think so, as long as we're being respectful. I'm gonna pop a different layer on here. We'll look at color burn. At this point, I think that the entire design is like, it's balanced around the fact that it is the white, you know? And I think trying to come in and changing it to any sort of blue-green color in any kind of variety at this point is going to throw your values off so strongly. So if I'm smart and I remember how to do this, one sec. We are making new correction layer. We are looking at one of these. I'm gonna go with that. Aha. So you can see if we go any amount of blue, we're like super into middle tones again. And then you see how the belt pops out so strongly? It's not being balanced by a bunch of other white going on in the piece. I think the white could be good, but something about the side of the white feels off. Opening it kind of feels like a shade of white too dull. I do think that that's something that's about the rendering, right? Because I've managed to be able to render Glasdale a couple times, and I think this is like always going to be a problem. Like when you have white-skinned characters like this, and not white as in like white people, but like white, right? When you see them on the sheet like this, they're always going to struggle a little bit. Because you're not missing, like, what you can add in the rendering isn't something that should necessarily be on the character sheet, you know? Because I look at what's going on in here, right? And you could come in here and you could add a bunch of... See if I can get this to work for me. You can add some really, really subtle, like, iridescence going on in here. And you can see some cool snakes that do this, right? And I think if I get lucky here. Sometimes you can add something kind of interesting in here. Like that. But again, that's something that doesn't exist on the character sheet. That's something that exists, like in the rendering process, right? And that's something that, like, you can call it out on the sheet of, like, my scale should look iridescent, like this boa or something. Like, if I were to come in here and go, like, iridescent snake scales. And you're gonna see some black iridescent ones, and then you're gonna see some white ones. And you're gonna watch out, there's gonna be a lot of AI in here. I have no idea what you're talking about, Wolfen. This is, I believe, a metal piece, but you're seeing the same thing, right? Iridescence just means you're gonna get some rainbow going on in there. And we're watching out for AI pics. When you're looking up stuff like this, they're all over the place in here. I think this is what you're gonna be closest to right here. That's real life. Woo! But, like, you can fuck around with that, but again, a rendering thing, right? Not a character design thing. Alright, I think it's a solid design. I also agree with that. I personally like Glasdale's design a lot. Could address this one. I want to get the aviator vibe on him. How could I get him to do that? Okay, so when I look at Glasdale, the first thing that I kind of think is, like, Kingdom Hearts and Pokemon and Star Fox. Those are, like, the three, like what in-universe thing that I would put in there. Like, where would I put Glasdale, right? And so if we're in the Star Fox, we're kind of already in the Aviator, right? And if we're in Kingdom Hearts, then I want to die because I don't like Kingdom Hearts. But I know Glasdale really likes Kingdom Hearts, so there's probably some influence there. And that's where I'm seeing a lot of the really, like, bonky shapes going on. And then with Pokemon, I think it's something about this belt thing that I don't quite know what's going on with this. And I think there's a lot of different ways to go Aviator that you're going to see in a lot of media. And I feel like it's two ways. It's either you're, like, really geared up, right? And you've got, like, you've got, like, the aviator goggles on, and you're doing all that kind of stuff. And then you have some sort of tech on you. And then you've got your piloting stuff going on. And then maybe you've got, like, one of those, like, protective things going on. And then you have this sense of sleekness that gets developed. Either sleekness or a lot of like stuff that you're wearing that like protects you from the elements, right? Where you see a lot of the fur coming out here, all that kind of stuff, right? So you could do that. But I feel like that's not the kind of aviator that you're going for, Glasdale. I really do think that you're like rule of cool aviator is a very strong theme. And you're going to see that in like people that pilot planes, and you're going to see that people who pilot spaceships or jets or dragons or whatever, right? And like that's where I'm thinking like the Star Foxy stuff going on, right? Like that's where I'm feeling like that. And so like I feel like pushing when I think of like rule of cool aviators, I'm thinking of people that are like rogues gallery stuff, right? And like I don't know how you guys feel that Glasdale's a pretty friendly design, right? Glasdale as a whole looks incredibly friendly to me. He's a very friendly guy. Glasdale's a super friendly design. And so when I'm looking at like aviators consistently having like a rogues gallery vibe to them, and they're doing rule of cool, right? And then also Glasdale's really communicating his friendly and like charitable personality, right? As his VTuber design. The ways that I'm thinking about having that kind of stuff going on is like a very Moe Gap thing, right? So I actually feel like in order to push the aviator design, I feel like there needs to be some sort of sense of danger in the design. And there's like 8 billion ways that you could have danger being put in design, but what you want to do, right, is like, and I think when you guys think of like rogues gallery characters, you're also thinking like boat people and stuff, right? We're thinking like Pirates of the Caribbean, we're thinking of like Gurren Lagann, right? Like people being half to full naked and being in a rogues gallery and being also a very friendly, personable person is like not a thing that is uncommon in media, right? I feel like the entirety of One Piece does that like pretty exceptionally well. And so I think it's like really just like accentuating some like danger element, right? Instead of going for like a more like tactical gear thing, right? And I think the way that you could do that the most is whatever this is needs to be defined. Because I love all the fun triangles in here. And there's just so many triangles. And that helps a lot. Because, again, Glasdale is super friendly, but so many triangles in the design, right? So you're getting that going on, right? And then we have a lot of squares. And the fact that like you're able to get like a personable like feel out of yourself while having basically only sharp shapes is pretty cool. Like that's a feat in itself, and I wouldn't take that. And so honestly, like yeah, again, this circle thing, right? Anywhere that there's like circles are like more call outs to me about danger than it's like almost like flipped, right? We're breaking the Boba Kiki thing going on here, right? Like a little blueberry pastry. Oh, that's cute. A blurb explaining what it is on the ref. I don't know what it is, and I want to see it in use. I don't know if it's like a transponder or like it's got like, I don't know, like a whip thing coming out of it. And I think this is where I get the Pokemon vibe, because it's like circular thing on waist, right? It could be like a canteen. I think this is something that a lot of VTuber designs don't do too often either, is that they don't add flaws to their character design, and I feel like that's like super common. I can't think of a lot of VTubers that have their flaws shown on there. And when I think of rogues gallery characters, I usually think of flaws that are endearing, right? Like every rogues gallery character is like, I don't want to fix them. I want them to be bad, and I love them for the little wet cat that they are, right? And of course, Glasdale as a person is flawless, so you know, I don't know where to go with that. But I always like appreciate when people are able to like metaphorically bring out something in themselves, right? And I'm just wondering, like, something that could be pulled out in that way, right? you explain what you mean by a flaw? Yeah, by like a flaw, like a character flaw. Like it tastes like white Gatorade. He tastes like the cool ice Gatorade. Is it a yo-yo? I don't know what it is. I would love to know what it is. What would be a flaw? Okay, like let's so we have character flaws that are like lore based, and then we have character flaws that like add like interest. Like guys, like think of a character that you like in media that doesn't have something a little wrong with them, right? And this is where I think a lot of VTuber designs like fail as character designs and are more like outfits because they don't have like a fleshed out personality. Hi, Boyd. It's also hard to define on a ref sheet rather than an art piece to show the item in use. Oh, absolutely, for sure. If anything, I would just have some sort of writing of like, what dis? You know? What dis? It's hard to imagine character flaws being in this design. Like, okay, so for instance, on my design, right? I don't know if you guys know that, like, I can't move my tail canonically. That's like something that like lore-wise, Rune struggles with. The fact that she has no like motor function in her tail, right? That's not like a character flaw as in I'm going around and killing people, but it is something that like is like metaphorically a part of my design, right? Or it could be like, oh, like this character has like color blindness, right? Or is like a substance abuser, or like decides to go sicko mode on people every once in a while, right? Like I'm looking at like a dragon, right? And I'm like, okay, we got dragon things going on here. Because already like dragons accentuate like a very strong, like, dragons are very defined in their flaws, and we like them for it. And dragons are already like that aviator feeling. Followed me. Thank you. Has holes in their tights. I don't know there's a reason for that. Well, yeah, well, think about it, right? I think like you can put anything on a character design as long as you can explain it, right? Lack of any eye protection. I have an air filled by a home and a Holly's pilot's going out. Something protecting the eyes feels off to me. Yeah, but like, that's where we're like, are we doing a realism-based aviator, or are we doing a rule of cool anime video game one? And I really do think that we're on the second half, and so trying to add realistic aviator stuff to it, I feel like is going to break the part of the design that's supposed to be that way, right? So I'm definitely trying to look at like only like rule of cool guys, right? Makes sense to me. All my clothes have holes in them, IRL, but I don't think Lago was thinking about it. I know, but like, flaw, lack of safety. Bam. Yeah, maybe he's thrill seeking. Like why does he not have stuff? Maybe it's because he's a dragon and it's fine, right? Maybe Glasdale's an aviator because he doesn't have wings for whatever reason. And that's why he's got the jacket on, right? Maybe we're accentuating, like, why is he flying, right? Is he looking for typical draconic riches, right? Is he breaking away from, like Dragonborns in D&D, like, is he breaking away from his draconic nature, right? Like, does he struggle with that? Like, what, like, in what kind of universe does he exist? Where, like, is the human clothes something normal for him? Is he dressed kind of wacko compared to, like, other things in universe? That kind of stuff, right? Okay, and then the last thing, I think we're talked about, like, feet. So yeah, I think in order to do aviator vibe, I would push, instead of pushing any sort of realism, I would push your draconic elements, and I would push your rule of cool, like, rogues gallery stuff, because you're already kind of like you're like almost at a full rogues gallery. Like, I see all the jewelry going on, and you have so many like spiky shapes in here and everything. Like, it's one of my favorite tropes, but I honestly think Glasgale could benefit from one of the every fucking rogues gallery character with a little white streak in the hair lately. I don't know, it's like one of my favorite tropes ever. So that one's selfish, but like it communicates something at this point, right? Like, whenever you see a strip of white in someone's hair, it's like, oh, right? And you can kind of see it in here. Like, there's like a two-tone thing going on. I think even just pushing that. Look at that. Woo. I love white streak haired character. I know, it's so good. Fucking Cruella de Vil hair. But I think even like this, it just feels like he's getting pushed out a little bit. Okay, and then we have the feet. Put less effort in. I think I can make more sense on an anatomical level. I'm more into plantigrade feet, but I'm not fully closely considered digitigrade feet. Okay, so full bias smack here. I'm a big feet hater. I'm a big feet hater, and I'm a big feet hater. So I have a natural bias against this stuff. In terms of, and like I'm also a very pro digigrade person. I think that you should not go digigrade personally, because I think that a huge strength of your design is the fact that it is reminiscent of a lot of like whimsical rogues gallery games, right? Like Star Fox, like Kingdom Hearts, like a lot of JRPG stuff, right? And like those are like pure plantigrade. Like being a walking animal in those universes is like important to it, right? Like they're just humans, but they have animal heads, kind of thing, right? Let's go do a scarf that trails in the wind, and the silhouette could be manipulated to resemble draconic wings. That is possible, but I do think it breaks the design. Like we're looking for that sleekness, right? Like it seems pretty intentional. Because like if we added a scarf in here, right? It doesn't matter what color and stuff. We're gonna cover so much here. And I do think there is a point here about Glasdale showing off his massive pecs. You know? And like, I do like the idea of a scarf on a character like this, right? But it's like, we're gonna cover up a lot of really intentional design here, and I don't know if the trade-off is worth it. So at that point, we're making a different character, right? We're very Final Fantasy Sid here. Of like, yeah, you're an aviator. Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. And there's not a lot of things in the design that's going towards it, but it's more action-based. I am noticing something interesting here. I wonder if there's... Because we have so many of those sharp shapes, and then we get really soft on the tail. I wonder if you were to bump this out like this, and it almost makes like a wave function to help communicate a sense of like motion and speed. Because we've got a very rudder tail here, you know? And I don't think that should be changed. Because like if we added spikes, this would look... This is a new character at that point, right? Woo. Jack from Jack and Dexter Designs. I don't know that series. But yeah, in terms of feet, I really don't think... At the end of the day, it's a VTuber design. How often are you drawing your feet? Not a lot of people have their feet figured out, and I think that's fine. Unless it's like a key part of your design, I really wouldn't worry too much about it. Everyone flops at the feet. Because you have a very, like, again, like, we're VTubers. We're VTubers. We put a little dirt under the pillow for the dirt man. We're really focused on the vast majority of our detail being right here. Like, the vast majority of it being up here. I almost feel like something that, like reinforces this design right here.
We're guys. We keep a little dirt under my pillow for the dirt man. In case he comes.
town.
What?
Keep a little dirt under the pillow for the dirt man.
So he won't take me down to his land.
Deep under the I'm gonna get DMCA'd now. This song is DMCA'd all the time.
That's where he keeps his dirt.
Nobody Dirtman. It should be dead. I don't know why it's not dead. Ow. Well, sorry, Glasdale, when you get DMCA'd and you can't hear any of our crit. Thanks, Manders. Feet tubers? No. As someone who's very tiny in VR chat, people like I want you guys to go Google some of your favorite characters. Their feet are not figured out. If you feel like you're putting the least amount of detail in it, that's good, right? All of it should be here. We shouldn't be spreading it like all over the place. At the end of the day, not too important. Thanks, Manders. All right, I think that is everything that I'm calling out on this. About the design that I can think of. Yeah, nothing else was really calling to me too hard. You like Measla husband small? I'm even smaller, Morse. I'm only half a meter tall in VR chat. I'm baby. No, I'm smaller than Morse. Or, small. You're Morse. I'm smaller than Measla. What are the focus of the characters of their feet? Well, then, don't bean soup me. If the focus is on their feet, then we'll pay attention to the feet more. If not, then we won't look at the feet because it's not important. Conservation of detail. You know whose feet is figured out? Zal and Tash. Yeah, she's got her feet. She's got her grippers out. I'm just, yeah, but that's the different character, Dev. That's not Glasdale, that's Sanji. That's a different character. We're not talking about the same thing. You guys are like, what about this exception to the rule? It's like, well, then it's an exception. Congratulations. You figured it out. I'm so proud of you. All right, let's do another roll. Whoa. Shovel, 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 shovel. Glasdale does have a real solid design. I like Glasdale a lot. Wow, it really is rigged today. Hi, Dart! Hi, Dart! Rigged, rigged, rigged. Alright. You go on to Discord and grab that. I accidentally opened Pingatuber Remix. That's on me. Alright. Where are you, Nart? Where are you in the list here? There's Nart.
Because tonight will be the night that
I will fall for you over again. Don't make me change my mind.
No, I won't live to see another day. I
Swear it's true.
'Cause a girl
Like you's impossible to find. Impossible to find. Alright, well, I accidentally opened it. So now I have the priest thing here, too. Whoopsie! I accidentally opened 3 more versions of Pingatuber Remix. What the fuck happened here? Hello? Thanks for the pet. Yeah, I don't know why it opened 3 times. You guys asked for it earlier. I'll leave it here. Whoop, thank you for the pat. Crazy. I'll leave it here if you guys want it here. Why not? Why not? The screen is already so busy. Entire Covenant of Room. The Covenant! The Covenant! Wart! Alright, now everything's broken. All right. Thank you, Nart, for having a huge-ass ref. What? Woo! Okie dokie. Which one am I supposed to look at? My eyes are right here, Dev. Alright. We've got Nartly here. Thank you for the Nart. Mysona, with the purpose to represent myself, 3. I feel confident in the color choices and the shape of the upper half of Mysona, but I've always struggled with the lower half, in particular the color of the pants and dealing with baggy socks, that I also feel I tend to fall short on drawing in an appealing manner. What could I do to potentially make this feel more cohesive? Something else that's easy to get feedback on is that I really struggle to think of how to draw Mysona's hair in 3 dimensions. I tend to abstract it, which makes it feel like my brain is working backwards when I'm trying to draw shit like a profile shot. Mama. Don't you guys 3 me again, I swear to God. Great googly moogly. No, not again. Wap, 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 wap. Make sure this is all visible. All right, number 1. What's happening? Chanel the triple head. I love that this is Chanela's bit now. It's so good. It's so good. This is such a charm point for you, Chanela. Great goodness. All right, number 1. I'm gonna start backwards, actually. I'm gonna start with the hair. You will never resolve this. You will never resolve this in 3-dimensional space. You have to accept it in your heart that that's gonna be the case. Some designs only work in 2D. You only have to fix this if you need to fix it. The Dorito. We're looking at characters like Jessie from what is the word I'm looking for? From like Team Rocket from Pokemon, right? We're looking at like Angel Dust from Hazbin Hotel. But there are a lot of characters where like they're forced into their good angle all the time. Like even I do it with Rune's hair, which is killing me in 3D. It's just one of those things where like sometimes your money shot is gonna be in 3/4 perspective, and that's all you gotta do, right? And as long as people know that it like exists, like you're trying to do it right here, right? Like you just always know wherever your hair dip is, there's gotta be a little Dorito that comes out that's floating, right? So if I want to sit here and like try to draw you at another angle, right? Like maybe it's a little bit down. Like this, right? I just always know there's going to be a triangle in here. Right? And if I'm doing that, what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably just always going to pop it out. And you're always going to be a little perspective breaking because of that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's bad. Remember, guys, you don't have to resolve anything to make sense as long as there's enough whimsy in your heart, right? As long as you have enough Mickey Mouse's ears is a great example too, right? Like you never see that guy from the side, right? Like you draw Mickey Mouse and he's like, yay! And then you go from the side, right? Then it's like, what the fuck? That's just how it goes, you know? Like, a lot of characters got this going on. And I don't think, again, like, you guys can do whatever you want as long as you make it easier for other people to replicate what you're doing, right? Because at the end of the day, right, it's the medium defines the message. And, like, if you're not going to make a 3D VTuber model of this thing, right? where you need to like force the angle all the time, or it's like animated and you like again, like people have resolved this in their hearts. If you have enough whimsy, it works. You just have to whimsy it up. Hi, British Void Cow. Long time no see. I love character designs that have stylistic choices that break physics. Me too, right? It's so good. And you're gonna see them a lot. Oh my god, we have ads in 3 minutes.
Hello.
Hello. Disney lawyers, bro. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Get out of here. No, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Spinell also has that going on, doesn't she? Right? Because she's trying to Mickey Mouse, right? So she's got like the big eyes and the cute like, and then she's got the little buns, right? And she breaks everything too. Narc's design is full of whimsy. So, like, unless you're running into problems... Guys, don't fix things unless they become broken, right? Like, if this is the way that you draw it, that's the way that you draw it, right? Because, you know, if I draw, like, the back of your hair, right? I'm drawing you from the back. Not a gun here, so you're getting shot in the head. But like, and then I'm just always gonna force that little divot. And I'm just gonna put that there. And like, if you wanted to put it in perspective, you could treat it like a cone. But at that point, like again, some designers just don't translate to 3D, and that's okay. Okay, I want to not be interrupted by ads on the next thought, which is pants. So I'm gonna send you guys to ad break a minute early, I'm so sorry. And then I'll be back with Nart. And we'll talk about the pants. So I'll see you guys in just 3 minutes. Don't die. Don't buy stuff. Okay? Promise me you won't buy. Pinky, swear to me. Pinky, swear to me that you're not going to buy anything in 3 minutes. Pinky out. Pinky out. I got my pinky out right now. There you go. Pinky's up. Okay, I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Bye!
Driving in my car right after a beer. Hey, that bomb is shaped like a deer. DUI, how about you die? I'll go 100 miles in an hour. Little do you know, I filled up on gas. I'm a kid, you're about to make an ass. Pulverize this fog with my cooking truck. It seems you're out of luck.
Jesus Christ, parasocial! You need to log off! Jesus Christ!
Welcome back from ads, everybody. I'm gonna refresh our playlist here. We've got Future Funk Mega Mix. Let's go. Hello, everybody. Oh, yeah. I don't know why we're Magical Girl transforming for this Future Funk Mega Mix, but... But here we go, I guess. Good morning, everybody. Let's talk fashion design. This is a weird playlist. It works. I like it. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, we're talking pants. Let's talk about why being a character or creature designer is like the devil from the Bible. And that is that in order to be a good character designer, you have to be good at a lot of things. And you guys will notice this if you guys go see character designers. They're all gonna have something they're really fucking autistic about, and then everything else falls by the wayside. And one of the big ways we're gonna see that all the time is clothing. A lot of people want to be character designers, or they have a character design, and we're not fashion designers. And all of us are really bad at dressing ourselves nowadays. So we're always gonna be like, why does my outfit suck? Because we're not fashion designers, right? Kingdom Hearts and zipper. At least the zippers is like zippers and belts. Like at least they got a theme going on, you know? So number one, you're probably feeling this way, Nart, because most people don't have a... It's hard to pull from other artists to see what you want to do, because other artists are also struggling with this, right? And so unless someone else is going out of their way to immerse themselves in like the thing that you're struggling with, whether it's like fashion design or like if you're trying to draw bugs, like invertebrates, right? I have this big philosophy, and I'm going to talk about it with fashion design here, and then I'm going to use bugs as my example. Just because it's relevant right now on Blue Sky, right? But I think that the number one thing you can do to improve your designs is you need to hang out with people that are either experts or exceptionally autistic, positive, in whatever it is. We're neurodivergent here, just for anyone who's new. Exceptional experts or autism in whatever field that you're trying to gather this stuff from, right? And so I'm going to show the example. I have two, right? I've got the menswear guy on Twitter. My clothing design has gotten so much better just listening to the guy talk about the philosophy of clothing. Even if I don't agree with the things that he looks at as like tasteful, he also calls out a lot of other fashion designers, and then I'm like, oh, this is what makes things look good, right? And I do believe he exists on Blue Sky as well now. It's Dye Workwear, right? Dye Workwear. Where is he? You're just screen capping him. There he is. But he talks a lot about the nature of fashion. And then he's also going to be, because he's an exceptional tastemaker, because he knows what he's talking about, right? You're going to find a lot more stuff in here that you're not going to find by Googling, like, outfit ideas on Pinterest, right? Because this is curated by someone who knows what they're talking about, right? And so obviously the menswear guy is going to care about men's fashion, right? But he does call out a lot of other fashion designers and people who talk in this space about like other things. But like this is a good example of like you need to be looking at people who are not artists, but who have exceptional taste or intensive research study in the thing they're doing. The other thing pointing out, and I'm going to put this in a creature design way, but I think I re-skeeted something right here. Starry, I see you. I see you. I'm looking at profile, and I re-skeeted it. All right, so there's something called Invertifest going on right now. Who likes... Put a 1 in chat if you like bugs. I want to know who likes bugs in here. Okay, we got a really good idea what a bug is, right? Or an invertebrate. You guys, I follow this lady. Her name is Jo Wolf. I believe she has quote tweeted this. But I follow a bunch of scientists because I love creature design. So I follow a bunch of scientists on Blue Sky who are into the things that I like creature design wise. And so when she's retweeting stuff, I'm going to see crabs that I've never seen before in my life. And nematodes and all sorts of invertebrates. And then they do this little science thing where they do something called Invertifest. And this is where a bunch of scientists are... There's some art posts in here, but this is going to be a bunch of scientists talking about stuff. When are you ever going to see a bug that looks like that if you Google bugs on Google, right? Also, bug warning, I guess. When are you ever going to see a bug? You're going to see something called a helmeted squash bug nymph in its spiky armor. And the Euthoca galeator, right? You're never going to find this in a Google search. You need to be looking at people who are experts in their field who are calling this crap out, right? Because if you Google spiky bug, I guarantee you're not going to see this fucking thing, right? What the fuck is this thing? This is a flatworm? Doesn't that just instantly give you like a Monster Hunter vibe to study off of, right? Isn't that so cool? I have so many creature design ideas from this. There are so many cool things in here. Look at the iridescence of this freshly hatched cicada. Bursting out of its own shell. When are you going to see stuff like that if you just Google bugs? There's so many examples of this. Look at this guy. Look at the character design. Look, he looks like a little horse. And so, like, there are going to be other artists. Look at this fucking crab. What's going on with him? This is an amazing way to level up whatever it is that you want to get better at. Ow, Tato. Whatever it is that you want to get better at in whether it's fashion design or historical outfits or invertebrate creature design, or like if you really want to be good at drawing robots, you got to follow people who are like mechanics, who are taking pictures of mechanics, or like people who do like circuitry for fun as a hobby, right? Like that's the only way you're ever going to get a lot of these like non-polished photos of stuff, right? And so I call it out like not with like, oh man, like go on a journey of self-discovery and reflection to like figure out what your pants are supposed to look like, but like I just expanding in general the pool of options of how you approach finding stuff. And I think it's even more important in the age of AI that you guys are looking at primary sources. And just like buying books of weird shit or like documentary stuff or like whatever candid photos people are doing, right? But like all that kind of stuff, right? Singing Free from K-pop emerging from their shell. So I will call, like I feel like most people don't know what to do with their pants because a lot of us don't really think about our pants, right? We're so culturally like, here's my t-shirt with a graphic design of my Blorbo from my show, and then my jeans. And then probably what happened is you were like, well, I don't want to wear jeans. That's dumb. I'm going to wear shorts. And then you throw on some shorts. Right? True, wearing jeans. Well, come on in, Roman. Heard once when designing a creature, you need to think kind of logically how the biology works. Yeah, a lot of that is like understanding. The reason I love creature design so much, and like I'm not nearly as strong as of a character designer as I am a creature designer. Creature design is my special interest because biology is my special interest, right? People take such strong notice of the fact that my model wears khaki pants, but it's so unintentionally stark, but it worked out. Yeah, like Blanc, like if you didn't wear khakis, it would be very weird to me, right? When you take pictures of Penny on your lap and you're wearing your gray sweatpants, I'm like, who the fuck is that? Who is that? Ho, who is you? Right? Alright. Let's do a check here. Okay. So, number one, I want to call this out as a good thing. This is not related to it. Your darkest dark is up here in your eyeball. That's exactly where I want it to be. See how we're just always, like, if you zoom out and you're looking at Nart, you see how we very easily come up to the eyes every time? Our eyes are pinpointed. Hi, Fritzer! Our eyes are pinpointed. Right? Like, if I were to draw a bunch of almost black and then a little bit of black in the middle, right? You guys can see that, right? Your eyes immediately go to the spot in the middle, right? What if I changed it? Do your eyes immediately go to the blackest black? Isn't that cool? That's why they always say, save your darkest darks and your lightest lights. And then we have the white, and see the eye sparkle? The eye sparkle gets lost though because of the white outline. But it pairs up because this is the highest level of contrast. Name is Sippy! Kinda. It's definitely subtle. It's very subtle. But our eyes will be going towards that, right? Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay, so for pants, here's what I'm thinking, Nart. When you look at the top half of this, right? What kind of character do you think exists? Like what kind of persona do you think is existing here? Right? Because this feels like it's gonna be a skirt, honestly. Like, it feels like it's gonna be a pencil skirt. The way that, like, you have the hip like this, right? And then it just looks like it's gonna naturally extend down into a pencil skirt. Which may not be something that you want to do on your gender journey right now, but it is definitely something character design wise to think of, right? Because you've got a very you got the cardigan and the cashmere sweater and then the button down, right? So you got a lot of layers going on in here, right? And then if you look at here, what kind of character do you think is going to be on top? Because this looks like much more like unkempt, right? Because we have the mismatched socks, right? And then we have the shorts exposing skin, where we're not getting any sort of skin exposure on top, right? Have a good lark, Sid. English teacher vibe. Yeah, I was thinking like studying like in a library kind of feel, you know? And I think the loafers will get you, like, it's uniting back up there with that, right? But we've added a lot of asymmetry down here, and we're having a lot of skin showing that isn't happening up here. I almost feel like stockings would work for you. Let me throw... Ooh. Now, mind you, I'm a woman who doesn't know how to dress like a woman, so please hold. We're gonna fade it out so it stays a little bit of a mid-tone. Interesting. Letting you explore unkempt vibes. It just, like, it feels like scrappy, you know? And then this feels like very put together. Which could be something that you're intentionally going for, right? intentionality is a huge part of character design. What is quote unquote bad character design in one aspect? For one character is good character design in another, right? It just depends on like where you're going goals wise, right? My Garfield shirt is how a woman dresses. So true. You have your cat on your shirt? That's so sick. Black or white tank top number 2 and black leggings combo? Yeah. And then I'm wondering if these stay more even. Let's see if I can fake it till I make it here. Oh, I'm dry. Look at that. Eraser tool, please. This is immediately changing the vibe, right? Because again, I think you're totally correct. Like, your palette's really good, right? It's giving this warm, soft, like, approachable, right? You got like again, looking at the top half, very demure. And I know we're using that word as a meme, but like unironically, like very demure, right? Very respectful, right? Very put together, right? We've got a tiny little hints of like, you know, down here with these poking out, right? Tiny little hints of this, like, this kind of nature, right? And then we're coming down here with the pants, right? I honestly just want to see what it would look like as a skirt. It's doable for sure. Maybe the best palette I worked with was when I did Nart's raffle prize art. I know, I love working on Nart's palettes. It's so good. I have a more of a bias for sure when I've like drawn you guys too. Cause like then I've experienced it, right? But yeah, now we've got the repeating going on, right? So we have this kind of flow going on. We have green eyes and then green, right? And then you have white, white, white. And then you have brown eyelashes, brown, 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 right? And then again, you're pulled right here, right? Because this is everything that's like incongruent with everything else, which again pulls us back up to that top half, right? And the fact that there's really not too much green on the top half, which brings us back up. So that's how that's things that could be without changing anything really in your outfit, which again, like you could always just redo your outfit if you're like, I don't want to look like this anymore, right? Which is always allowed, but like in terms of like what you have there already, even without like skirt thing going on there, right? I think honestly, because you have all these tiny details, this is the one thing where I would make a pattern here. Something that adds a tiny, like, thin detail to the pants might get you going. I could put my hands on the right thing. And that could be anything of just, like... shading be damned, but just, like, the seam line. It didn't look like I was putting spider silk all over you. Woo! Or just like the dots here, right? Or if it hems, if you hem, guys, it's such a cheat. If you just hem stuff, you just add a hem to something, it makes everything better. It's so easy. You can add just like a nice thin one if you want to, so it doesn't feel like it's rolled up. Then that adds like a visual break. And then also, then you have a repeating pattern here of bam, and then bam, right? And then, oh, and then bam, right? So then now you have like this middle repeating like thin line thing going on. Thin horizontal lines. Burgers all the way down. I'm made of... You look like a burger! Oh my god! Wait! Please make a layer. Thank you. Friggin' tomato, lettuce, burger, a little bit of mayo in there. You're a burger! What the Nart burger! McDonald's. Good God. Burger! Hold on, I'll put it on the right side. So anyways, guys, if you make your model look like a burger, then you're like peak character design. I always knew Nart was a snack. Hey, that's my bear cub. Watch out. Don't you dare. Goodness gracious. This is the best thing we could have discovered about Nart's design today. Amazing. I hope you got good notes from this, Nart. Great googly. And I also bet, yep, then we have a nice whoop. Yippee! Alright, next one! Next victim! I gotta go to Blue Sky real quick. Da da na 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 na. Alright, let's get on the list. Remove. We have Blue Sky. Is there any more in Discord that got added? 20. Last note, burger. Guys, be a burger. Rune, what are your intentions with my bear? I will be the dad with the shotgun at TwitchCon. I'm so dead serious about it. I will be fucking redneck dad with a shotgun. I'm redneck dad with a shotgun, like, on Twitch too, but like... Being demure and mindful and not adding it. Add it, Cadenza, you fucking coward. Don't think that it's being demure, you're just being shy. Fuck around and find out. Oh, hey, I'm on the list now. Yeah, the FBI list. Mama bear does entail killing for your bear cubs. Blanc, would you kill for your bear cubs? Prez my slaw biscuits. Interesting name. I have 10 ferrets and all of them are named Sheldon. I like to confuse people as they don't know which one is the same as all the other snakes. You said ferrets. Where's the snakes coming in? Yeah, I don't know, Blanc. I don't know if you have murder in your heart. You do not have to join Discord for this. You can also go post on my Blue Sky. You can go post on my Blue Sky. It's right here. Blanc plays Overwatch? What does that mean? Of course he has murder in his heart. I don't know, man. Stoners also play Overwatch. Woo! Alright. Light mode, my eyes, fuck off! I on light mode so I don't leave it open. Woo! Let's see if it's rigged again. It's not LIGO, it's not LIGO, it's not LIGO! No! My god, it's so rigged! Wake up, LIGO! Wake up! Guys, I did it. I swear to god, it's not rigged! It's not rigged! He's super asleep. I know, he can go back to the VOD at some point. He'll find it. I believe in him. Rigged. I'm doing raffle, I swear! God. Okay, let me go write this down. I have Nart, and then I have LIGO for... Ba 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 da da ba da. All right. Whoop. Thank you, LEGO, for drawing on the biggest fucking canvas I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Unironic. Hello? Do you not wanna? Thank you. Whoop. That's part 1. This is part 2. Oop, that's the save button. What button am I looking for? This one! Alright. Then we will quickly grab a screenshot of the notes. What? I know, it's for ants right now. I'm fixing in a minute. Wow, wow, wow. I'm gonna draw the smallest canvas for one of these. My art file is morbidly a beast like me. I do not apologize in advance. Good. I like it when they're huge. Again! Alright. Have a good little look-see here. Wow. For your consideration, my VTuber Lego/Lyric, I'm right in the middle of figuring him out, so this will be a lot of help. He's just serving as a VTuber, so he doesn't have any crazy lore, and I'm still working out the logistics, but he's a space bunny made of space dust. We're all made of space dust. Isn't that crazy, guys? And powered by a dying star in his chest or whatever, he uses a space brush to create random cosmic shit. My primary inspirations when it came to the design was a lot, the fantasy astral scholar vibe, white gold star-shaped things, and the slick, cool space skin-tight suits for his main piece and good old magical boy energy. For advice, I'm looking to improve his silhouette readability and recognizability via primarily clothing. I'd also like to keep him fun to draw while balancing out the amount of detail. Maybe this design is lacking in some layered elements. So far, it's mostly just the jacket. Some of my concerns include I'm missing some places I can inject more color. Can you guys tell that LEGO went to art school? Positive, loving, absolutely going feral about peer review. I'm missing some places, like inject more color, like in the purple in his bow. Perhaps some added design elements would reinforce the purples. Also, I'm not sure if the hole in the chest situation is translating well at all. I keep going back and forth on it. Well, I like the little bunny-shaped gem a lot. That hole in the chest isn't quite working for me. I know it might be because of the transparent layer over it, which complicates logistics, but he looks bare without it and super lost in a way to make it look good and read the way I need it. Thank you. Here's my ref, 150 by 200. I'm dying. Guys, if your ref is so tiny that if I zoom in, I can't even get like a flat pixel. I'm gonna try to demonstrate this. I'm just gonna grab something from the screen right now. Right? If I zoom in, and it's so crunchy in here. Like, I got Felis here, right? And there's like at least solid chunks of like, oh, that's what color it's supposed to be. Wondering if anyone in here is not solved. Yeah, I think I was pretty good about that. But if you're so tiny that that's a problem, and I'm like, which color are you? Then we're gonna cry. But yeah, working off of refs like this is fun. Felis with chunks. Fucking Minecraft Felis. Which color are you? You know, I say that, but I'm also terrible. I make every person who draws me their life a living hell. I'm having a little sippy while I think. Everybody in the think tank with me. Everyone pile in. It's like a hot tub. Everyone sit in the think tank with me. Put a little finger emote. We're having a good think tank. Mm-hmm. All right, we're injecting color, right? We're injecting color is part of the goal. Sharkside is sending me videos on TikTok while I'm streaming Parasocial. It better be Tenna. All right, so number one, I will call out, just as a bias, number one, I've known LIGO for like 5 years at this point. He was one of my first viewers, right? Number two, I know that LIGO went to art school. And number three, we have a history between each other of having very strong art school related crits. So in general, I really, really like LIGO's art, and I really, really like LIGO's character design. So if I'm getting really nitpicky in here, just know that there's like a shared history between us. And so, like, I'm probably going to push him a little bit harder. And also a lot more of it's going to be my own personal opinion because, like, I think we're pretty comparable in character design. We definitely have, like, different things that we like more than the other. But in terms of, like, where our strengths are lying, I think we'd both be sitting at, like, junior industry character designer level, you know? Alright, silhouette readability, recognizability of your primary clothing, keeping fun to draw, bouncing on the amount of detail. Feels like we're lacking detail. And then we're also concerned about the chest. Okay, so the chest looks weird when rendered. I see that. Okay, so number things that I see first. All right, so I'm seeing the massive Final Fantasy XIV influence on it. I'm seeing the massive Rabbit and Steel influence on it. And I am seeing, it's less magical girl than I thought it would be for a magical girl thing. It feels very League of Legends, like Star Guardian and like the mecha, like the Battle Bunny series. Star Guardian, League of Legends. And then we have Battle Bunny, League of Legends. That AFK Arena God game they said made. What is that? Oh my god, I love the art style of this game so much. It's so good. I see that in like, what is the word I'm looking for? I see that in like less character design and more just like rendering style. They made another Jarny. Oh, they make another one? I always really enjoyed the style of this game, though. I wish it wasn't a gacha game. I love when it's, like, this very geometric shape going on. Anyway, so I'm looking at Battle Bunny stuff, and I'm seeing a lot of this, where we're getting a lot of, like, skin-tight suit and jacket, right? Skin-tight suit, jacket, skin-tight suit, jacket, skin-tight suit, jacket, skin-tight suit jacket. Skin-tight suit jacket. Skin-tight suit jacket, right? And then we have Star Guardian stuff, right? Dislight? Is Dislight made by the same people who made AFK Arena? I love the Dislight style too. With that fuck-ass Anubian guy. They have some pretty clever designs in here, honestly. Oh my god, Markiplier! Okay. Haunts noise. Okay, number one. This is something that I see in everybody. I don't know what to call it, and I don't know if it has a real name, but there's something that exists very commonly, and I'm going to draw this on another page, where if you draw a person, right? Say they look like this, right? And then you get like all of the like anatomy figured out. Let's say I add boobs to it, and they got a nice butt, and like I draw this thigh really well. And then they're like looking at the camera and they're so cute, teehee, right? When I'm coming in to do character design, right? I'm not going to want to undo work that I've done, right? So the problem that you have with that is that now I'm very limited because I'm like, oh, I don't want to erase my boobs, so I guess I'm going to do like that, right? And I'm like, oh, well, I don't want to break because I love this shape right here, right? And I love what that looks like, so I don't want to add anything that changes that. So I guess I'll like skin suit it, right? And like, I don't want anything to mess this up because I love that there's this negative space in here, right? So I'm not going to like add a cape in here that fucks it up, right? I'm going to leave that there and like maybe I'll add some bracelets and stuff. And this is where you get a lot of skin suit designs. Is people will draw the anatomy out and they'll be figuring out like body type and stuff. And then they'll like, oh, I guess I can like maybe like add pants here like this. Right? And you're going to see this a lot. You're going to see this literally across the board. You're going to see this for people who are really good at anatomy. Right? You're going to see this in comic book people because they don't want to sit there and draw the flow and the ruffles of stuff. You know, like, oh, I'll add here's some things that don't fuck it up, right? You're gonna see this in like all the way in the industry. You're gonna see it for people who are trying to learn how to draw, right? And they'll be like, oh man, like it took me so much effort to like get a person to be drawn. So I don't want to go and like add a bunch of shit to it. So I guess I'll just give them like pants and a t-shirt because then it doesn't mess with all the stuff that I learned how to draw, right? Whereas like if you start with like some sort of indication of clothes, right? Even if it doesn't anatomically make sense yet. And I'm like, okay, yeah. And then I want like, oh, like a ruffle thing right here. And oh, by nature of that, it covers the boobs, right? So I'm not actually going to draw the boobs. And then, oh yeah, I wanted this huge tail and like a cloak, right? Or like wings or something, right? And so I guess I can't have the arm doing this because that doesn't make sense. So I'm going to like move the arm here, right? And then you're going to like make different designs when you're like not locking stuff down too early, right? And like you can lock things down early if it's like important to the character, right? But like you're going to avoid a lot of skin suit designs if you're like doing stuff early. And so what I imagine has happened here, because LIGO knows how to draw a person, right, is that part of this is like, what do I want my body shape to look like? And then the body shape existed, and then it was like, what do I add on top now? Without breaking that, and that's where you get the skin suit thing. And like, we can still like really like skin suit designs. I don't think there's anything wrong with them. I think they're really cool. I do think it's also kind of like a VTuberism. Like, it's definitely a VTuber trope at this point, right? I heard huge tail. Oh my god, is that your sleeper cell activation? And like I'm one for jacket and skin suit as well. Like it just works, right? We're looking silhouette rise. I really like the head shape, but like I think easy things like you could just like cut this like this, right? Like these are easy fixes, right? And then that gets fixed on the silhouette too. And these don't look so weird. Like, force that. And then they don't look so fun. I mean, like, if you're just worried about them looking like spikes, that's one thing. And then we can see, like, right here, right? We can dip this in. And then we can make a stronger silhouette right here. If we wanted to. We can keep doing this across the board, right? To like make it pull off. And make that a lot easier, right? Wah, I want to see this tail in perspective. Is it like just like this? That's what I'm imagining is going on here. Woo! Okay. And then we're looking here. Looks weird while rendered. Nothing about this here is telling me that it's supposed to look like this. Like these look like two separate concepts. Like this looks like an emblem to me. And like you see the rendering in here, right? So like I'm less adverse to like the skin suit problem that we're seeing, right? Like again, when you have all the rendering in here, it's very rabbit hole Miku, right? Hi puppers! Thank you! I'm having a great day! I hope you are too! What colors are we trying to bring in here? Via primarily clothing, yeah. I definitely wouldn't want to change anything about the head at this point. Really, I feel like we have to pull off the bodysuit in order to make it, like it feels, do you guys feel like it's very sci-fi right now? I feel like bodysuits in general feel very sci-fi to me. Like it's very tech wear. And if we're looking for like magical girl, magical boy vibes, like I want to see something floof out somewhere, right? Like that's a huge appeal of the genre, right? And I'm like, where are we gonna get a floof out? I love the asymmetry going on in here, especially in the back. And I almost want the floof out to be like right here. And like, I think you could do fur, I think you could do ruffles, it doesn't really matter. But I want... There needs to be some sort of piling of a soft material somewhere in here. Like if we're getting like... God, I hate drawing lace. God, I hate it so much. But like a huge appeal of the magical girl genre is just how impractical the outfits are. And we're not getting a lot of impracticality in here. Like it's... Sci-fi always reads to me as like skin tight with a large amount of fabric in a shape that is not a part of the body, right? Which we're getting like here. Right? But like sci-fi is always like don't get it stuck in the machines, right? And so like everything is like very close to yourself and it's all like strong geometric silhouettes, right? And we're not getting a lot of the soft floof going on that you're going to see in a magical girl genre. Like She-Ra kind of sci-fi. Yeah, if you wanted to go sci-fi, I think She-Ra is a good example of that. Adora, like those outfits are definitely like very simplified. Like, I'm not super happy with Glimmer. I feel like when she goes queen mode, it feels a little bit better. Like, this is a good shot of her with the wing stuff going on. And, like, part of this is that these should be drawable by children as, like, part of it. But I was never too happy with the way that stuff kind of, like, floated around. Her design improved a lot as she aged as a character. Like, I think their queen design is so much better, right? But here's that scrappiness going on again, right? With Adora's outfit. And there's, like, an amount of practicality in there that doesn't exist in, like, basically any other character design. We're getting a touch of femininity in here, too. So, how about long jacket? You know, long jacket is, like, coattails is something definitely, like, as a thought. I don't know. I feel like you could fuck around with the coattail shape to make something interesting. One sec, I got a cough. Blah, I got it on mic for once. Sci-fi to me right now is the shoulder and leg rings look kind of like planet and stars orbiting. Yeah, that seems like what it's supposed to be. Like, it's supposed to be galactic, constellation themed, right? So it's like, how do you pull it off? Like, how do you pull it more cosmic and less sci-fi? Also, I just want to point this out. I don't know if I'm the only person who sees this. Could be intentional, could be not. I don't think it is, knowing Lego, but these look like top surgery scars. And I feel like, as someone who has accidentally baited a trans audience, when my bra looked like a binder and everyone thought I was a trans man, I'd watch out for that on a VTuber design. Like, it's fun, but I also, like, I'm 95% sure that Lego is cis, right? So, it's worth calling out. Just because, like, you're gonna worry about, just, like, certain markers of that. And, like, I think top surgery scars are some of the best things that people have ever cooked about character design. Like, the way that they're all, like, super fucking awesome and cool. And, like, people have all sorts of crazy designs for them. And I'm just like, wow, this is so fucking sick, right? But when it's your persona, that's when you're like, you know? Like, if this was Lego's, like, OC, I'd be like, that's so cool. I love that. Keep that. That's, like, such a cool way to incorporate top surgery scars into, like, into a sci-fi or magical girl outfit. But when it's supposed to be representing you, that's when I'm like, hey, maybe call it out, right? So I just see it and I can't unsee it. And I don't think that's intentional, so it's worth calling out. Kind of like how you guys keep saying I have arm floaties. And it pisses me off. It took you guys like a year to tell me that. More to the center of the mark. Making the center more of the focus, it would look more like less of the scar. Yeah. Because I think it's like its nipple height right here, right? I think it's just like this shape in general. Always feels like it. I feel like moving it down, actually. Hold on. Like, if it was part of, like, a waist snatch, like this. So we just see it from the axonal implication, majoring into center in one long dime with a bottom tail going down towards the navel. True, that's also an option. You could do something like this, right? Or you could do... Woo! Like that. Woo! We're merging. I can see the desire to pull off the symmetry, though, because we have a very strong line of symmetry going on in here. That's, like, in the center. But you're talking about, like, this, Roxy, right? Ooh. That looks sick. Friggin' art school shake-handers. Short up top, long on bottom. Oh, I see what you're doing. I see what you're cooking here. I see what you're cooking here. Whoop, that is the inflate liquefy. Oh, and then it's like an arrow pointing. Oh, you're cooking, Roxy. Then it's like, here, look at that. Yeah, look at you. Hi, Cotton. Look at that. Yellow paint, yeah. I love the asymmetry. Look at this strong line right here. Sorry, I'm just calling out a lot of things as I see them. See that really strong line right there? Look at this triangle right here. That's so sick. It's given super nice asymmetrical Dorito. Then you also have like this line in here, right? You can have a lot of these in here. I'm wondering if like we can repeat that somewhere in the legs so that it feels like a zigzag almost. Zig, zag. So then there'd be something like here, and then it zigs back into almost parallel with this again, right? And like if we're staying very VTuber tropey, like asymmetry in the thighs and the leg stuff is definitely like not a thing that is uncommon, right? But then like it still feels very balanced. And he's standing straight. You could also asymmetricize. Is asymmetricize a word? I don't think it is. I think I just came up with that. You guys are really on scarves today, aren't you? That goes opposite might be cool to having one of the boots in the triangular cuff. Ooh. I'm trying to figure out a way to like parallel these lines. You could go asymmetrical with this too. Maybe even just the sleeve rolled up. Okay, this is hand color, and this is... Which hand is wielding the brush? That's my question. I always like it when characters have if they have asymmetry in the hands, I always like it to be more practical about which one is your doing stuff hand and which one is your offhand, right? Force asymmetry wrong. Asymmetricize me, Captain! Give everything multiple scars and belts. What are you, fucking Square Enix? Which hand is the dom, which hand is the sub? Great googly moogly. Yeah, alright, where's the color? Hold on, I want to forget the color thing. Silhouette readability. So yeah, I want to make this stronger. Having that be stronger. And then we have this line kind of implying here. And then perhaps this is going up so that we're repeating these lines. Maybe this one even like covers all the way. And then this one is rolled up. So then we're getting paralleling here, right? And then it bounces down this way. And then maybe we move this stuff here so that it's going around this calf here. Right? And touching that, and then it's coming back down here. And then we've got to because I feel like constellations are also very zigzaggy, right? Because you could add all sorts of sparkle shit in here. You could even, like, in the design, right? Like, you can have some of the sparkles, like, leading you through that. Like, floating stars that are, like, pulling you through it. So you get even more of a reinforcement of it. And then, yeah, I really want some sort of fluff here. Something that pops this into, like, if you're gonna have the spin suit, the skin suit, if you're gonna have the skin tight, right, and then big jacket, you, like, really want to go hard in the paint and, like, push that super hard. And then we talked about a tailcoat, which I like the twin tails It's very rabbit to me. But it might not work here, especially if we're trying to keep the legs. I would only do it if I could find some way to make it celestial themed. And that could be something like... Wait, hold on. I have an idea. I think you'd have to fuck with this shape a little bit. But the idea of your tail being the center of a black hole just came to my brain. Scarf, cool, I don't know what to tell you. You know, you're so right. And then we're talking about incorporating, I think it's the purple, right? The purple on his bow. Yeah, and then you can bring that purple in here. And you could get that black hole shenanigan going on in here. Got the event horizon. Something like that. And then you could do all sorts of Genshin-ass shit to it. Where you're cutting into the shape. There's all sorts of wacko things you could do at that point. If you wanted to add, like, battle damage at all. Or again, you could floof it out again. Woo, 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 woo. Lots of options. But I would definitely, like, softer elements need to come in. Modeling a comet's tail. Oh, you're so right! That would also be cool. Alright, we're going to ad break, but I just want to quickly see if I can throw this in here. Like, it wraps around like this. And then it's like... We're definitely breaking the bunny at that point, though, and I don't want to ruin the bunny readability to do that. But a comet tail is very cool as well. And then it would mimic the other thing we were doing right here. That would be cool with the tail. Alright, we're going to ad break. I love you guys. Bye! I'll see you guys in 3 minutes and we'll pull someone else up. Woo! I won't roll until then. Okay, I had one last thought. And it's just, instead of gold on the bodysuit, I would use the purple. And that way the gold is on all the white, and then the purple is on all of the darks. And that would create a more distinct silhouette. Bada bing, bada boom. I thought I was losing it. Yeah, I went a little crazy. I'm sorry. Hi, Sally. All right, you guys ready for another roll? I'm gonna go check to see if there's been added. So I feel like there was. There was. All right, we have. Remove. We have Bisky, Golden Toast, and then we have Bisky, Roman. Roman Platinum. And then we got a Discord. Let's see if there's any more added in there. Cadenza still hates me, that's fine. How long are you planning to go? As long as I can. At least another hour. I never like to give you guys an ad break and then what's it called? I will try to do these a little bit quicker though. I will say. I think we're diving. I think part of it is I know your guys' designs a little too well because I see them all the time and it's been rigged. And so I'm gonna try to go faster, even if I know who you are. I'm gonna try to hit the points real fast. We'll try to get 3 done in this ad break instead of 2. All right. No, Cadenza, you hate me. All right, go. It's so rigged. All right, it's Karnan. All right, everybody, chill out. This character is a minor. So no, I already told you guys you're not allowed to do weird comments. So do not, especially do not be weird this time. Woo, woo, woo. Let's go grab Karnan Sona. I'll give her, yeah, no inappropriate. We're gonna stay very demure right now. We finally got a blue sky one though. Yay! It's so rigged before, am I right? Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. Paste that. And then we're gonna go grab and we'll grab the blurb. Karnan Protection Squad. Yeah, if you guys thought that mama bearing... I'm not even allowed to mama bear Karnan because she's not allowed to be here. Woo! I'll put it over here so that we're all lined up, all in a row. Oop, that is the wrong warp tool. All right. Karnan says, my Pingatuber / Sona, Karnan. She's a mix of an eldritch being, girl, and robot that lives in a futuristic city akin to the cities from Stray or Promare. Currently, her design feels too simple to me, so I ask, how do I better convey her eldritch monster elements and futuristic city setting in her design? What are your assumptions about their lore from the gaming images and info? Is her design outfit fun to draw? What could be more fun about it if changed? Obviously, I won't be in stream because of rules, and yada yada yada. Alright, so I want to mark the time on here. Wow, 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 wow. I'm going to put Karnan on this list. Karnan! And then we will VOD timestamp this. We are currently roughly 2 hours and 14 minutes. I'll say 2:10. 2:10. All right. I love Karna's doodles when she does the sun is true form with the head. Oh, I don't have a picture of the true form with the head here? Bullshit. You guys are giving me Eldritch designs and I don't get to see the Eldritch part? Can't believe this. I have seen a little bit of Karna around, so I'm a little aware of some things. Okay, number 1, character assumptions I'm gonna make about this character. Based on being in a Stray or Promare environment. All right, let me think. Well, they're a fucking furry. We'll start with that. I clock those legs instantly. But no, so if I'm thinking of someone in this universe who's got this kind of color palette, I'm definitely thinking of them as being like... I'm trying to think of the character design trope. Like, what's the TV trope word I'm looking for, right? If they're, like, in the main group, they're not the protagonist, they're not the Lancer, they're not the big, the brains. Karna probably fits the heart, right? What I would imagine. Just from all of the cool, bubbly, character stuff going on there. Just the pinkish in the palette is really throwing me there. When I see colors like this, I don't know what it is about a very strong hot pink. But I'm thinking like very strongly of edge runners, like cyberpunk, right? And I'm thinking very strongly about like the way that female characters in a lot of cyberpunk stuff will use this sort of like, there's like a specific lighting thing that's going on. It's like the bisexual lighting thing a little bit, right? But if I were to pull up one of these, right? And I had just like a gray character. Like there's their head, right? And something about this color palette just makes it feel like it's always like the very neon lights. Like I'm definitely thinking of like the Cyberpunk 2077. Cyberpunk 2077. This is definitely a character that's got a mouth on them. Not that. No, I'm not thinking Cyberpunk. I'm thinking Edge Runners. Edge Runners. Not Edge Runner. What the fuck is this? What is it called with Ryan Gosling? Blade Runner. But this specific pink is, I think, in itself a sci-fi trope, right? Yeah, Blade Runner, because I'm stupid. Blade Runner, Ryan Gosling. And a character being lit by this, like, is always kind of, like, at their worst moments, right? And is, like, fully immersed in the city style, right? So I'm definitely imagining some sort of character, like, you can see this in a lot of cyberpunky characters, right? Where, like, the more that they're sort of, like, consumed by the color palette of their environment, the more, like, naturalized they are, and, like, the more kind of, like, gone they are, right? Like, you can see this with, like, Edge Runners, right? Like, our stand-in character is this guy, who's got very little going on in terms of just being, like, consumed in the color palette, right? Like, he's got a little bit of the pop here, but this, like, he's wearing a yellow jacket because he's, like, you know, like, for pragmatic, like, hey, by the way, you know? But then we go into, like, God, what is her name? I don't remember any of the names of the characters. But we go into What's-Her-Face here, and then she's, like, she's got this very neutral palette, but then she's picking up a lot of, yeah, Lucy. So Lucy has a lot of, her hair is supposed to be white, and then it's picking up, and you can see it, like, the way that it gets colored all over the place, right? Like, everywhere, where, like, it feels like she's supposed to be grounded, but she's, like, she's stuck in the universe, right? She's, like, super inside of it in a way that's, like, covering her, but isn't necessarily a part of her, right? And then the other female character, whatever her name is, where is she? I just saw her. This one. This one's like, what is her name? Rebecca. Rebecca's like fully immersed in cyberpunk, right? Like she is fully taken by the system, right? Because she's completely transformed into the color palette of the environment. Like it's almost like camouflage, right? And she no longer has human elements, and not in a way that like she's gone and like made herself distinct from the environment, but in a way that has like subsumed her into the environment, right? And so when I look at Karnan's color palette, I'm getting the same vibe from that of like, there is nothing here that tells me there's a shred of humanity left, right? Or that we're necessarily having a fundamental human experience going on in here. So wallowed up by their surrounding circumstances, exactly, right? You're gonna see that a lot in Cyberpunks, right? I mean, like this is again, like we're looking at the moment that like Ryan Gosling's getting absolutely like this is the lowest moment for him, right? Is like God, and he's like completely like he's no longer recognizable as a human unless you know contextually that he is. Like he's a pink man now, right? He is looking at Dr. Pepper. But, like, that's where I'm looking at with this, right? And so, like, I want to see, and especially because, again, we're not seeing a lot of human elements in here. We're seeing the TV head, we're seeing the furry feet, we're seeing robot stuff. That's what I'm imagining with Karnan, right? And so, when you have a cyberpunk setting, and this is something I like to do with my world building too, but a really important part of cyberpunk settings, I forget what the word is. And I know Blanc would know it, but there's a word where you make something sound more complicated than it is, right? So like if I were to describe to you that I am going to get in a mechanical vehicle that is going to transport me 30 minutes away so that I may go through a lengthy process of security checks to be allowed to board a machine that will propulse at a rate of 500 miles an hour through the atmosphere to arrive at a secondary location on the planet's surface. That's a whole lot of hubbub to say I'm about to go get on a plane, right? And go somewhere, right? And there's a specific TV trope thing for that, right? You're going to see in Cyberpunk, the opposite's going to happen, right? Something that is so alien to us and is not something that we're going to fathom is going to have a normal ass name and no one's going to explain it to you, right? So this is a great way to incorporate in a very post-apocalyptic or cyberpunky kind of world is like you have something going on that you just don't bother explaining, right? It's not techno jargon. It's like technobabble a different thing. Like technobabble can be a part of it, but technobabble is things that are made up, right? It's something to do with like alienating you. Like if I'm like, oh yeah, we all have these bricks, these black obelisks that we carry around that allows me to communicate with anyone on the planet, and you're like, yeah, that's a phone, right? And so in Cyberpunk, you might have something like, oh yeah, this is the device that like rearranges your insides until you become a werewolf, and they're just like, yeah, this is a squub. I'm just squubbing out, you know? Like, that's the scrumbler, you know? Like, that's just what it is, right? Like, yeah. And you see that a lot in Cyberpunk, right? In, like, any, like, Cyberpunk, both the show, Edgerunners, but also just, like, the Cyberpunk as a genre, right? Forgot my fucking squub at home. Yeah. God, did you forget your squub? God damn it. How are we supposed to squub out now, right? And you're gonna get a lot of like made up lingo and stuff in Cyberpunk for that kind of stuff. And so like that's the kind of stuff where like if you're a Cyberpunk, don't bother explaining a lot of stuff. I don't know if you guys ever watch Altered Carbon. The problem, Karnan, with this, right, is that so much Cyberpunk is like way above your age. I'm so sorry. All of it's like really fucked up. But like I don't know if you guys watch Altered Carbon, but the concept, like they're just like, yeah, this is my sleeve, right? And it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna replace my sleeve today. Yeah, the rich people have multiple sleeves, that's fine. But like the whole concept of like transferring your consciousness between one body vessel to another, and like people who like jack into those and like all that kind of crap, and like sleeve sickness and like all that kind of crap. Like we're getting explained to it as an audience, but like they're so normal about it. They never have this anime moment of like a sleeve is a thing that does like you have to pick it up contextually. Cyberpunk stuff does not hold your hand with that crap. They're just like, it's just like you're already like in the world. Like it's already, I forget, there's a specific kind of sci-fi I think it's sociological sci-fi, where you're not sitting there and explaining what the thing is. You just like, everyone just knows the thing, right? So yeah, that's all those big character assumptions that I'm making going into this. In terms of being fun to draw, I'm already looking at this. Let's just take 30 seconds. Let's take 30 seconds and find out. I got the box, and then I got this. Free art, by the way. Is my character fun to draw? Well, I'm gonna have to find out. I'm very partial to big amounts of fur and the collar. Do 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 do. Yeah, I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. There's enough chewing on here. I think if I was drawing, I think what I'd be worried about right here is these. I would want either a 3/4 view. What I'm assuming it looks like right now is that there's a tube here. And that it connects like that. Something like that. But I don't know if it's solid or it's hollow, because it looks kind of like it's hollow down here. I don't know if that's a shadow or if like this tube is going all the way in here. And like this is like... Woo! But just in terms of drawing purposes, I would call that out. As well as like if I have the side view, right? Like are your antenna like here? So imagine this is like... You're looking this way, right? Like is your antenna here? Is it here? Is it here? Those were things, especially because like with mechanical stuff, people get really particular about it. So, and then that's reversed, so I can't fucking read it. Currently, our design feels too simple to me. I feel like simplicity isn't bad, but if we are going for a sci-fi thing in a futuristic city, there needs to be either like a sci-fi design language or a level of maximalism going on. I don't think that your simplicity is something that's breaking you. I think it's just that you are Morse, I was looking at your thing too, because I was looking at everyone's and trying to gather some thoughts before I did this. But I also call this out for you too, Morse, if we manage to hit you. But sitting here and being like, what parts of this are like not what we would wear today, you know? Like what about this is a change in behavior societally? Like if we were to cut this off, right? And just add something else on top, right? Like a normal human face. And this is what you had, and just say they were like gray. I'm such a good character designer, you guys. Hey, it looks like Ryan Wilson. No, stop it! Shut up! Shut up, Omega! But at this point, we're not having anything that tells me sci-fi. And like, so if you're gonna, there is simplicity in techwear that usually does not get shown, but there definitely is simplicity. And there's like 8 billion VTubers that you can look at that are doing techwear. And there's obviously everything from all the cyberpunk stuff that you can do for techwear. And then if we're looking at like Stray or Promare, you're even gonna see, so if we look Stray characters. So I think Stray is sitting that like maximalism thing going on, right? Where everything's sort of, we're getting the skin suit and then big jacket thing going on in here, right? But there's a sense of decay going on in here with these guys, except for the cat. The cat's just a cat. But being able to go to like ArtStation and going and seeing like what they're doing with it, right? So I think like we're looking at like mechanical parts, right? We're looking at damage. We're looking at extra wires coming through, right? To help like pull it through there. We're looking at like sci-fi usually has a level of pragmatism going on with it, right? And then if we're going more anime with like Promare, we're gonna get a lot of, sorry, I got my pen in my mouth. We're gonna get a lot of Rula Cool in here, right? Now, obviously, these characters are like firefighters. But again, a level of pragmatism. Like, even though he's a shirtless, hunky anime guy, they're thinking about, like, what would he need as a shirtless, hunky anime firefighter to do his firefighting job, right? And it's like, oh yeah, he'd need some belts, and then he'd need some shit to hold the belts. To hold the bags onto his thing, and then the baggy pants, and then the shoes need to be more figured out than normal. And then you have, you know, obviously like very Final Fantasy looking thing going on here, right? But you're seeing that cyberpunk thing again, where you have a bunch of neutral colors, and then they're getting like subsumed in their environment, right? Because you have all the colors going on, and you can see that with Promare a lot, right? See you, Omega. You mix Greta Gerwig with Greta Thunberg. I'm not going to co-op someone else's critique. It's very much stuff I started thinking about after asking. Well, I'm hoping that if it doesn't hit you, that you still get to be able to pull from that then. So we're seeing a lot of that again. You know, a lot of the color, a lot of seeing like where the characters are getting hit with lighting. Right? Like this guy is like always affected by his own lighting, which is fascinating, right? And he's got that level of, he's pulling out a level of classiness. Like, the reason he's got all the belts and shit going on is because he's trying to be, like, very Victorian. And this is a way of, like, pulling it more modern. And then you feel that desync of time period, and that makes you question, right? Sometimes something about a character design is just about, like, getting someone to be like, oh, is that not the trope I thought it was? And then you're allowed to do whatever you want, right? Oh, hey, I've seen them kiss on Blue Sky. Me too. Bye, Mega. And we're also keeping these designs really, because again, the robots are the important part, right? You're seeing with all the side characters, right? They're all focused in some way on pragmatism, right? We have a little headset here. We've got the goggles here and gloves, right? These are like surgical gloves. We've got this outfit, right? We've got some clear anime tropes going on in here. You know, we've got animeisms all over the place, but then it's still like, where are we rooted in pragmatism, right? And then, of course, you can see it at Edgerunners too, because it's the same studio that's doing it. Dr. Eggman. So, and then if we're just looking at like techwear, a lot of black in techwear, right? But you're gonna see in a lot of techwear, it's about like a pylon of detail, and then it's about like breaking the shape. And you got all that going on in here, which is like a pain in the ass to draw. So definitely like, I don't know if you guys noticed, but a lot of techwear VTubers don't get a lot of fan art. And it's not because their designs aren't cool. But I do see a lot of techwear design work in VTubing that doesn't necessarily like lend itself to drawability. But again, we're looking at breaking what is traditional silhouette stuff, right? So we're piling stuff on the knee, when normally we pile things on the sides, right? The way that we show skin is going to be different, right? We're pulling boots up. We have the sock showing through here, right? Which is like sort of calling to leggings. You're going to see this a lot in tech wear. You're going to see the silhouette is broken right here. You are losing the human silhouette. And you're going to see that in a lot of tech wear concept art, right? Like sci-fi outfit design. A lot of breaking what the traditional silhouette is. And like this feels like it's more tech wear than like this does, right? You got the little tummy sticking out, right? So we're showing off things that normally don't get shown off. I feel like tech wear tummy is pretty common, but like look how high that belt is, right? We're breaking silhouettes. And so doing that, right? We're subsumed by our colors. We're not having too many neutrals in here. I'll remove this fuck-ass head. Woo! You know where I said I was going to do these fasters? Is Fuamoko tech wear? Good question. I wouldn't say so. Like, maybe, like, if you squint, maybe you could get there. But no, I would say, like, if you squint, maybe. It's certainly, like, punkier than normal. Mokoko's definitely closer than Fuwawa, for sure. I think what you're seeing is you're going to see a lot of techwear design work in jackets and VTubers in general. Even if necessarily the, it's not like a techwear thing. You know? Yeah, that's my test, right? If you remove the jacket, does it still look like techwear? VTuber techwear. I know that, like, Karnan's not going for a techwear design. But again, yeah, you're seeing those silhouette breaks. You're seeing, like, things being put in the middle here, right? You're seeing a lot of random straps going on everywhere. All that kind of jazz. Where this is, like, sci-fi, but it's not really techwear, you know? They're definitely different. And see, like, we're breaking what it means to be, like, a shoulder. Here, we're putting the bag in the front and everything. I know this one's on Pinterest, but I know this one's real, because I saw that, like, years ago. Yeah, techwear stuff again. Breaking conventional stuff. So if we're talking about breaking silhouettes on stuff, if you just... Because, like, I like the simplicity that you have here, Karnan. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. But anything that allows, like, a pull-out of, like, what your defined shapes are... Pure black is bad, guys. Don't do it. I'm doing the reverse, because normally you see... see a lot of techwear where it's, like, you have a black jacket, and then it's, like, really colorful on the inside. But I think this will help pull all of the... Like, between this, this, and this, it adds, like, a distinction between all of them, which makes them stronger. And then some sort of asynchronous element, which could be, like, a belt thing. You see everyone does the crossbody bags, which I don't know is really going to work for you here, right? But crossbodies are common. And then, like, these belt things are common. And then any of these happen in here. You have all the belts that add. And, like, again, these are all, like, tropey things, right? But, like, tropes are communication, right? Tropes are communication. They're not bad, right? It just depends on how you use them. Like, the important part is that whenever you add something, you're either going towards a trope or breaking a trope. If it's just kind of there for no reason, then it's hard to tell what you're trying to communicate. Because people are going to make assumptions, right? So unless you have a well thought out third reason, going towards a trope or away from a trope is usually a pretty good idea. I like those a lot. I do really like the TV head. It's really nice. I love the VTuber star. Everyone's got the VTuber star. It's so nice. Boy could also lean into the Eldritch aspect of the character. Yeah, I like that too. I need to know more about the Eldritchness. But yeah, I really don't think like I don't like the there's a common like it's too simple. And I'm like, simple designs are the things that get drawn the most. Of more Eldritchness? Yes, I do, Cretains. Give it to me! Oh, I remember the face becoming a mouth. Yeah. I wonder if you can accentuate that in some way. God, the link is so ugly. That's fine. Oh, yeah! I love this shit. But one simple design character in your art find out which one gets the most attacks. True! Big if true! Guys, think about, okay, I want to point it out. Guys, if you guys know Blanc, like, think about how much fan art he gets. Like, think about how much fan art he gets. So easy to draw, right? So adaptable to whatever art style you want. If we got this mouth thing going on, right? You gotta watch out for connotations on this, but I almost want to make this almost like a collar. Like you're trying to keep the dog at bay. And it could be something where like, I even see this too, where they add the belts here. Right? But I love containing the beast for Eldritch things. I'm trying to think of a way. But yeah, we're obviously running into connotations the moment we call a belt around the neck, right? Which is dumb and stupid. And I hate it, because all I want to do is wear a fucking dog collar for aesthetic reasons. Teeth on the bottom of the screen. I wonder how much, I want to like, This is something that's not going to show up on the character sheet. I want these to twitch like a bug. I want these to twitch like, I want it to, when you're drawing it, right? I want it to be like, and you're like, why is it acting like that? And it's like, oh shit, it's gonna eat me, right? But yeah, I really don't think that there's too much. Like in terms of like palette and everything just works, right? Like it's fun to draw, and you don't need to make it more complicated than you have to, right? Like I think there's a lesson in simplicity there. We yearn for the choker. I yearn for turtleneck, honestly. We ran out of music. All right, goobers. I said that I was gonna go faster on this, and then I spent 40 minutes on this one. Tee-hee! Turtlenecks are good! I yearn for them. Woo. All right, checking again, just making sure there's nothing else in here. Bye, Karnan, watching VOD. Yes, true. Get out, Karnan! You are not allowed anymore. What time is that? 2:43. Okay, it was still 30 minutes. Hey, Sibo added herself. Okay, don't let me forget Sibo before I spin. Where am I? 210 to 243. Okay. And then we're gonna add SIBO to the list. We got Discord SIBO. Big money, big money, big money, big money, big money. Oh, I didn't remove Karnan. It's rigged! If Karnan wasn't here and it was Nan bread, who knows where it might have landed? I'm sorry, Nan. I cucked you. I guess if you got randomized, you would have been in a different spot anyways. Alright, Shinala, you are on Blue Sky. Let me grab you on Blue Sky. I have also had the pleasure of drawing Shinala's design as well, which is skibbity sick nasty for me. You still have Shinala on there? Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, you're right. I see you. One sec. Let me grab this. I'm not forgetting. I'm just lost in all my tabs. Paste. And then... dead. Oh, big stretchies, guys. It's difficult to not enjoy good Cerberus design. So true. Woo! Alright. We have that, and then we have the blurb. The blurb! We're blurbing out. Alright. Whip. Bigger. Alright. Good night, Nerdy! Thanks for hanging out for so long! You were up so late tonight. Love the way the head mouths work on this, the characters through. It's so good, Syrups. Oh my god. Modeler did so. Who's your modeler again, Shinala? I can picture the profile picture, and I cannot picture the name. Hi, Ruin. This is the OC Shinala Cerberus. She is also my Sona, and I have a hard time coming up with lore, so I'd love to hear what your assumption would be about her and what kind of lore you would like to see fleshed out. Alright. Hi, Hal. Hi, lady. You trying to hang out in Zen's VR? Nerdy, I'm so proud of you. Guys, can I get some head pat emotes for Nerdy? Holy crap. I'm so proud of you. Oh my goodness. I hope everyone took care of you. If not, I'm going to have to kill them. I love Nerdy so much. For anyone who's coming in that's new, or hasn't been here the whole stream, we're doing character design reviews. So I'm going to put Shinala on the list here. This is all /serious Nerdy as well. Not faking it. Okay, Shinala Cerberus, also my Sona, coming up with lore. Okay, so I have drawn Shinala before, and I got to play around with the lore, and I do bother Shinala quite a bit to make lore. So there's the bias there. Going forwards, Cornmula. Oh yeah. No, I'm thinking Mother Lyra. I didn't know that Mother Lyra didn't do the model. I didn't realize you had two parents. Goodness gracious. Big sippy for me. I need a fucking throat lozenge. Ah, it's a yap-heavy stream. Ricola! Can you guys hear, like, the little static in my voice now? Throat lasagna. I need some throat lasagna. God, everyone keeps making lasagna from scratch, and I'm like, I've never done that, but I want lasagna now. Alright, I'm throwing a lasagna in my mouth. I apologize. I'm terrible at them. Go. So yell at me if you hear that. That's not fun ASMR. Just gonna stick it in my cheek like a hamster. All right, so lore things that I am seeing. We're gonna ignore the pajama outfit for now. We're gonna block it out of my brain because I'm just gonna think of pajamas. Just while we're thinking here. I heard that. I know! I'm gonna not do it! Okay, so number one, can't be ignored. There's a massive dominatrix vibe going on here. We're gonna know it. There's massive bazongas here. There's the chains. There's obviously the implications here going on. We've got the devil stuff going on, because it's not just Cerberus, it's definitely like also pulling from a lot of the like red and gold themes going on, and so I'm definitely like assuming something in that way, which may not be intentional, but it's definitely an assumption that I have, right? I'm assuming an amount of royalty with it. I'm definitely assuming a villain character. They're giving Dommy Mommy, yeah, a little bit. We are just making sure, for anyone who's come in here, we are not making sure that we're not objectifying anyone when we're talking about people's character designs. Because these are people's babies. But since we are making assumptions here, I think it's important to call it out that it's happening, right? With the art style, I don't know what it is about these skulls, but it just reminds me of Ultra Kill, and I don't know why. Is that what the skulls look like in Ultra Kill? The mouth shoes are so interesting to me. And I'm always like, what are they communicating about the design? Right? Because they are really sick, but I'm always not quite sure what they're doing. Because they are slick. If anyone doesn't know what Chanel looks like on the side view, please pause. I suck at drawing heels. But they're like platform heels. And then you have the mouth here. Blah. Blah, 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 blah. So that's what they look like on the side view. Tiny note, I love this one on the middle and the other pic. Yes. It's the good... We don't see a lot of, like upper horizon line like this. This is another thing, is Chanel is also tall. Chanel is also a very tall person, and then it's from character design alone, it is usually difficult to separate, especially for VTuber designs, about like how you pilot the character also will influence the personality of it, right? And so like Chanela, when they speak, has a very strong vocal fry going on. Which tells me a lot of things about, again, like, getting the we're not getting the, he cutesy Demir, haha, I'm the protagonist kind of vibe going on, right? And nothing about the design is communicating that either. We've talked about a lot with the heads, going back and forth on them. And about having them all have personalities and stuff. The glasses are... I've never noticed the glasses on this one. I don't know why I've never noticed that. Being a freak and maybe part of the occult, because the shoes usually don't have mouths, so either magic or occult. Yeah, I think it's like... There are so many elements that are very strongly Greco-Roman, right? Because obviously the Cerberus dog in general is... What is the word I'm looking for? It's very, very, you know, obviously like, you know, Hades and stuff, right? And we're pulling into like the hell motif with the red and the gold, right? We've got a very strong, we got a Doberman head basically going on, right? And so we're also like, there's a level of aggression that's being assumed by having a Doberman head. Or like Rottweiler or anything like that. You know, shape indifferent, right? But I usually see a Rottweiler as a very aggressive, and I know it's not like just for media purposes, right? Tropes are tools; they're not reality, and they don't have to always be defined reality. But when we're looking at like Rottweilers, the Doberman is definitely the smarter Rottweiler cousin. It's the one that, like, it's you pairing two goons together, right? In the mafia, and you got the smart skinny one, and then you got the big meathead one, right? And so I see a level of intelligence being displayed a lot with Shannala's design. And a lot of self-assuredness, right? The shoes are alive, but what's going on with them? So see, they're also attached by barbed wire. We have the chain as a fashion piece here, right? And then we also have the chain coming off here. And again, we're getting the spike motif. We're getting the very aggressive dog motif, right? We got the spike collar kind of thing going on in the thighs and the wrists, right? Got a lot of pop punk. You're normally not gonna see claws like this on a traditionally femme design without it being like breaking. Like this is for the girly pops, right? Like we don't put claws on this for the attention of men. That doesn't happen, really. I do like the details that they are, like, on here with the wire. I think that's a great call out, instead of them being, like, the full claws. Which tells me it's a fashion choice, which I like a lot. Hi, Rian! I hope school is good! Trying to think in here. Yeah, well manicured, self-assured. There's a lot of intentional jewelry design going on as opposed to them being like fused to the body, right? It's almost like a self-reclamation kind of design, right? Like, I would see this kind of design in characters that were, like had gone through some shit TM in the plot and have now, like... They're not, like, haunted by the past, but they've gone and incorporated their past, like, into their character design, if that makes sense. To know about multi-headed designs is how do they do their day-to-day, individual personalities, do they all need to eat, can they talk to you? I have been asking Shannala about that for, like, months. Zerops. We did finally determine that all of the heads are individually thinking, or at least reacting. I do believe it's 3 heads, 1 brain cell is the tagline. So yeah, I don't know. So if we're going along that line, right? I also noticed the strong symmetry of the design. Right, and it's normally, again, with, like villain-coded, right? Not necessarily, like, not even villain, but, like, antagonist-coded designs, you're going to see a lot more asymmetry going on. And so the fact that it is very symmetrical gives this very strong impression of Shannala being very put together as an individual, right? Like, there are intentional fashion choices in here that you normally do not see in a monster design, and that communicates, like, a lot, like, a level of intelligence to it, right? It communicates, like, we're not seeing, for instance, we're not seeing a chain here, right? Or, like, a strap here that says, like, hey, look at me, I'm, like, keeping myself at bay, right? Bark, 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 right? Which I can only assume is very intentional. Oh no, trying to learn lore for months, how terrible! Welcome back, Rihanna. I learned I'm a burger. Yeah, Nart is burger coded. Maybe implied it underneath the fur, but not outright. Yeah, like there's always, like, the chain has to terminate somewhere, right? I feel it a lot. But yeah, I'm seeing just a very confident and like self-assured individual in all of this. Like being Cerberus is your job, but it's not your personality, you know? Like you go to work guarding hell and you're like a boss at it, but like it isn't necessarily that like it's not like your life, you know? Hi, Lars! They, them for Shanala, guys, by the way. I know Shanala's gonna say it doesn't matter either one, but I know that's a slight preference. And I know that you guys care about that stuff, so I'm gonna keep spreading the good word! 9 to 5, the old gates of Tartarus again, working harder. Yeah, like, you work hard so that you can afford nails like these, you know? It's like, you know what it's like? It's like those... I love the Moe gap of, like, characters who have incredibly difficult jobs and who are just, like, bubbly personalities. Right? And it's just, like... Because, again, like, we've got the dog thing going on, right? And, like, at the end of the day, every single version of Cerberus that we've ever... Oh, my God. Ow! Cadenza's gonna be so pissed! Hold on, I'm gonna ad break you guys early because I'm not gonna come back and then ad break you right after. Ah! I gotta take that. Hello again, people who are subbed. 1 minute for people unsubbed. Wow. Oh, Roxy's got freaking turbo or ad block. No, ad block never works anymore. Murmur. After 2 years, hey, it wasn't my fault. Can afford $15, not the almost $700 to sub to all my friends. Yeah, that's why you sit in all their chats and you wait for gift subs. Oh my god, a full 1. Welcome back, everybody. What are we rolling for? Cadenza, do you feel vindicated right now? Wow. Thank you, Blanc. Thank you. You guys should have used your union membership to tell me to get a fucking sub sound again. Ba 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 ba. Chanel, if you ever switch from they-them preference to she-her preference, please tell me, by the way. I don't know what it is with you they-them assholes, but you guys never tell me when you are moving things around or that you're they-them preference. Like, you'll put she-they, he-they, and then it'll be like, it's actually they-he. And I'm just like, ah. Let me finish my throat lasagna. At Runex, if you want to be assigned a snack. Your throat lasagna? Yeah, my throat lasagna. I told you could use either, but you said you had a slight preference to they, them! What kind of snack-like food are we? Oh man, Twitch is doing that thing again that everyone else was complaining about. Stop auto-scrolling back to the bottom. Koi, you're Swedish fish. Craigba, you are, you're pistachios. Shanala, you're fruit roll-up. Blanc, you are, you're cheddar cheese ruffles. Roxy, you are, like fruit salad. Cadenza, you are, you're a lychee cup. Nart, you're that little SpongeBob, candy burger thing that you, like, get at random times in the year because no one ever goes out and, like, out of their way to buy them, but every time they show up, they're like, whoa, it's one of those candy burgers, right? Tizidar, you are, the pickle that your friend gives to you from their plate. Rion, you are, you're, what are they called? The Willy Wonka, like, fruit-shaped candies. I forget what they're called. But whatever those are called. That's Sibo, not Shalana. Sibo, you are a pudding cup. Izzy, you are, you're like one of the fruit snacks that like has a little gushy thing in the middle. Not like a fruit gusher, but like one of the like more punchy, like higher class ones, right? Iron, you are peanut brittle. Void, you are oh, what are they called? Friggin' you're sugar snap peas. Peaches, you are the chewy sprites. Spritz out of the giant chewy like Smartie things. Forget what they're called. Dev, you are what are they called? You're Pringles, pizza flavored. Lainey, you are a can of Fanta. Morse, you are Nerds Gummy Clusters. I think I got everybody. Love how Nardis is. I can't. It's burger. Burgermeister burger. Not potted. I love sugar snap peas. What? Are we not sugar snap pea hoes in here? Found out in my system. All right, where the hell are we? I lost my train of thought. Yeah, I lost it. All right, we did lore implications for Chanel. There was no other ask for anything else going on. I think the number one thing, Shanala, is I would add, just as a unasked for opinion, I would add some sort of texture, like material texture to your dress. Like, I feel like it could, like rhinestone shimmer. I'm not a rhinestone drawer, please forgive me. But, like, it feels like it needs, like, something that tells me what material it is. Like, is it cotton? Is it spandex? Is it, does it see-through? Is it, like, is it layered lace? Is it, like, anything like that? That, like, tells me, like, is it, like, a plasticky thing that's gonna reflect a lot of light? Is it more like a wool texture and, like, has volume to it and has, like, the little, like, flyaways on it? Like, anything like that is, like, something I'm like, man, that would, like, pull it all together for me. But figuring out something like that, is it, like, leather? Is it, any of that stuff? Because, like, everything else materials-wise is, like, so strong, you know? And I'm just like, I wonder what's going on there. And then I love with the shoes, right? I'd love some sort of biting motif somewhere else. Just so that they feel like they're part of, like, if it is like freak on a leash kind of thing, right? Or if it's like, oh, they're gonna bite you, like it's part of punishing sinners and like a lore reason, right? If you step on me, am I also making out with the shoe? You know, like, that's what I'm thinking. Do you get like a Jessica Rabbit good? Yeah, Jessica Rabbit dress. What is that song she sings? I actually get pretty big Jessica Rabbit vibes from you. Of like, you look at her like, wow, right? And then you're like, oh, there's so much complexity behind it. Yeah, this dress. You gonna play the video for me? No, you hate me. Yeah. It just feels like it would shimmer in some way. But then you have that really strong simplicity going on, right? This movie was so hard to make, by the way. If you ever figure out, like, you ever know the book, The Animator's Toolkit? If you ever want to learn to animate, that's like the book you get, right? And it was made by one of the guys who worked on that. Which is pretty cool. Cadenza finally added it! Let's go. You think I'd miss you? Discord. Cadenza. It's entirely. What am I doing? That book is so good. It's Monty! Peaches! Alright, this music stopped being super funky. Not good enough. There we go. Math rock! Woo. See, even just like a strong sense of shading on Chanela, color. Whoop. Alright, and then we've got a blurb. Did we scream rigged yet? We haven't gotten a single person who doesn't normally come to stream. It's insane. It feels so rigged. Ba 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 ba. Well. Good. It's nice to see new people, Rion. All right. If you guys don't know, I call Starry Peaches Peaches because everyone calls them Starry, and I think it's funny. Because they're like, I think their name is like Starry Peachy Monty, and I'm like, which one do you want to be? And they're like, I like don't care. And I'm like, okay, I'll pick Peaches. And they're like, that's the one that no one picks. I'm like, okay, cool. That's my personality now. Are you guys putting Koroks in blenders right now? Wow, 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 wow. Oh my god. This stupid thing where I can't scroll up. I cry. Okay. Peaches says, hey Rune, so this is a Sona design I made back in Legend of Zelda. Blah, blah, blah. Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom came out. And while I was like, the leaf on the head and some of the I like the leaf on the head and some of the outfit elements, I feel like it doesn't really read well in the Zelda universe and the patterns don't match the vibe entirely. Your feedback would be great. Thanks. Okay. Calling out biases. Number 1. I've never seen this character before. Number 2, I really like Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild design language. Number 3, I don't like Zelda design language. So we're gonna be playing in some pretty hot water here. So with this, several assumptions I'm gonna make on the bat, right? I don't know if this is a Sona alternate design. You what? Listen, okay, don't get me started, alright? Listen, fucking Zelda's #1 warrior is in chat right now with Lainey. Go follow Lainey if you like Zelda. Lainey only plays Zelda. Several assumptions will play in sequence. So, calling out with this, it's basically everyone who's come to this is in chat, or I know very well. I have multitudes. Can you take them? Can you take multitudes? Oh, hold on. I gotta make sure I write Peaches on the list here. Peaches. Okay. With this, I don't know if it's a Sona that is in the outfit. Like, I don't know if it's a Sona in the universe. I don't know if it's a Sona who's dressed up to be inside the universe. Like, this is a normal Sona design, and it has been Tears of the Kingdomified, or if it's like specifically like an outfit variation. Origin leaving the hair of my Sona's main design element. I almost said, but that's like where I'm gonna find in the questions, right? With all that jazz, of like where I am with that. So, number 1 thing I see, these are just things that I'm calling out as I look at it, right? When I hear the word like media Sona, those are the questions I'm asking, right? Is this a character that is existing and now looks like they're in the universe? Are they cosplaying something? Are they designed for it? And is like there are other Sonas? Those are questions I'm always asking when I'm seeing that kind of stuff, so. First thing I'm noticing instantly, which is my favorite thing ever, is Tears of the Kingdom Ganon. I love the use of kimono that he has going on in here. And I always love that, and I think it's very cool, and this is probably the only Ganon that I like. So we're sitting there with that, right? Like the leaf on the head and some of the outfit elements, I feel like it doesn't really read well in the Zelda universe, and the patterns don't match the vibe entirely. So here's the thing. Do you want it to read in the Tears of the Kingdom universe, or do you want it to read in the Zelda universe? Because they fundamentally do not mix. Like, and that's like a huge point of contention for the entirety of Zelda lovers, right? Is that there's like a huge schism between them, right? Because I'm looking at the elements that I know that I like, and I know they're not the elements that people who like Zelda like, right? Because, like, for me, I don't like the way that Koroks look. I think they're a little freaky looking. And I'm not a fan. But that's something that you're calling out that you like. And I know for a lot of people, like, all of this outfit design stuff in here is something that doesn't read as Zelda, but is one of my favorite things about the Zelda Ganon design. So we're gonna struggle on that run, right? Because, like, if the game developers could not figure out a way to make Tears of the Kingdom harmoniously sync into the greater Zelda stylistic choices, if the devs couldn't do it, then, like, you can't do it either, unless you're a fucking genius, right? and you suddenly have the ability to fight like 50 concept artists, right? Who couldn't figure it out, right? Majora's Mask. Yeah, I'm getting way more of a Majora's Mask vibe. Like, I think if you were to do that, let's make this easier on myself. One sec. Woo. Like, if you cut all of that out, this fundamentally feels like a different character than that, right? The circle design from the background is one of my favorite things about fucking Tears of the Kingdom, I swear to God. To look a little weirder and sound like Mononoke with spirit things. Yeah, they're just in a way that I don't like personally. And like that's something that like that's a me thing. That's not anything wrong with the design, it's just a me thing, right? What is Weber? I don't know what the hell you guys are saying. But yeah, so with that, right? I think it's just very hard to get something to look like they're in both universes, so you have to like really choose which one you're doing. And so like if it's specifically for Tears of the Kingdom, we're gonna start cutting out a lot of like cartoonisms, I would say. Like so much of like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom is like there's a lot more pragmatism going on in it that isn't like Zelda gets kind of grimdarky in some places and then it gets really cartoony in others, right? And like I think this is why you will constantly see like if Tears of the Kingdom Zelda looked the way that she did, and you just like if you were told that wasn't Zelda and that was like from a different franchise, like it would be easier to believe, right? Or like if you cut off Ganon's head here, which I know the swirls are going to give it away too, right? But I could definitely see this as a Final Fantasy character, the way that this looks, much more than I can see it as Ganon, right? Like this looks like one of those the Limsa Lominsa guys, right? Just in a traditional outfit. Limsa Lominsa, right? Or like an orc. Rar. Like I see like Blade Master from World of Warcraft kind of thing going on, right? And so like that's like where you're gonna struggle with it, and it's like at that point it's hard for me to pick apart which one is like where to go, because like I don't know where your love of Zelda is existing in this. But if I look at a lot of Tears of the Kingdom stuff, right? Dizing. We're looking for a lot more of muted colors, right? Like there are pops of color that exist. But not really. Like even the people who are fan drawing this stuff, like this is the most amount that you're gonna get. And it's like very popped warm, right? We've got a lot of the gold elements going on everywhere. And you obviously have people who are coming in and like... I almost feel like green's illegal. Does green feel illegal in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom? Like, I can't see a spot where like typical Zelda green exists. Like, even the Koroks feel really weird in that way. Tears of the Kingdom. No, you're gonna get that big spot of green. That's on me. Interesting. I'm wondering if it's just like, does it not exist in this universe because of line art? I almost feel like it's, I mean, look at that. There's no darkest darks in here. Or lightest, like, it's very muted overall. It's because I have that heavy bloom effect in the whole game. Okay, hold on. What if I was insane? And I, like, tried to punch down. Let's remove all this black to help us out. Oh, I can't do that. It being black on black isn't helping, for sure. But if I were to come in here, and let's say, and then we're gonna desaturate a little bit. Is this blue sky fucking up? Is this supposed to be a PNG and it's just freaking out? No, it's just being a pain in the ass. Oh, I love blue sky. I've always loved blue sky. I love it so much. No, I think we're good. We'll figure it out. But even just like knocking it down, like, and I feel like it feels like it's breaking rules, you know? The purple's throwing me off. Yeah, I'm gonna get to the purple. You're allowed to backseat, Rion. We're all, you know? The fusion magic stuff is also heavily green. Okay, but like there's a difference between like this green. Oop, that's not a green. Like this green and like this green. You know? They feel much different, right? Like when we're talking about like more yellowy greens. And then we have like whatever the fuck's going on with the tears of the, it's like minty toothpaste green going on at that. Hi, Gray! I can't think of a single instance of purple in Tears of the Kingdom. No, there's gotta be. Tears of the Kingdom. What the fuck would be purple? Oh yeah, like this guy. I think this is what actually, you know what? I think we figured it out. I think it genuinely is that you're not allowed to have black. Yeah. Like nothing exists. Yeah, that's insane actually. Yeah, I think so crunchy. What the heck? And like there are pops of color when you come in here. Like if I were to come back in with the original one. But like everything has this like bloomed washed out effect. So I almost want to like only one thing is allowed to have it. Like the gold accents are allowed to have it, but even that's like too much. It's fucked, man. Are you sure you don't want the PNG? You sent me this one! This is what I work with. This is your lesson next time about sending something that isn't crunchy. Woo. When you look at like these guys, right? Even just like simple, like you get a splash of color. Like it's so weird. It's like it's so colorful and it's not. The map of the underground is fully purple too. It's so weird. All right, I'll stop suffering. I'll stop suffering. But yeah, I just feel like we're so Wind Waker with this. It's not Tears of the Kingdom, which is fine. Like if that's what you want. It's just so whack. I'm pretty sure all this shit in the background's modded too. It's that and the cell shading, right? Yeah, it's a very selective pass. Because when I'm thinking like Wind Waker, right? It's those big poppy colors, right? Even when you have like the effects going on in it, right? Mostly for the weird ones only. Yeah, which is like fine. Like I think there's a vibe going on here, right? Oh, that's a leg. That's so sick. I would have never seen that on the black background. Monty, why are you sending things on a pure black background when you're also using pure black as your color? You know better than this. Smack you. What the fuck? Also remind me a bit more of Wind Waker. Yeah, like I feel like it's gonna be cosplay no matter what, right? And like this isn't anything against you as a character designer. This is something that is existing in that like you're gonna see this a lot in the fan art of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom 2. And like in a lot of the Zeldas, right? Is that like in order to do the design, you really can't break from the art style either. Because like, and there are certain like IP properties, right? There are certain IP properties in which like the style that they're in forces the way, like they only work in that style, right? You're not going to be able to see people having like interesting takes on those characters in other styles. And I'm sure you guys have seen it a lot. I think the biggest thing that you can see is if you have like a 2D animated show and they bring it into 3D, right? Like you guys ever see the Fairly Odd Parents? And then they made the crossover with Jimmy Neutron. And like Jimmy Neutron could be transferred into the Fairly Odd Parent style pretty easily, but Timmy looks like a fucking diseased dog. And so like I feel like you see like this, right? And then it switches over and he just, God, it looks so bad. It looks so bad, right? And it does not transfer very well. And like you're gonna see this with 2D to 3D, but I think that like there are certain properties where like you just like can't draw outside of the style, right? Like you just can't do it. Like I feel like Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild are gonna do this, right? And then like what is the word I'm looking for? Like I feel like Hazbin Hotel also does that. Like do you ever see art of Hazbin Hotel characters in any other style besides the Hazbin Hotel style? Like, these characters fundamentally break the moment you take them out of that style, right? I do not see a lot of fan art with them, right? Like, a lot of animated shows will do this, right? But it's interesting that, like, for a video game that's happening. And so, like, I feel like there's not much to be done about it coming in. Also, you kind of have to be uglier. Like, everyone in Zelda games are, like, they're not really human like, look at these two. Look at Kilton and the fucking lumberjack guy, right? And, like, the way that, like, all the different races are rendered, right? Like, they're very... Yeah, like, I see, like, Luna sometimes in, like, the Gunnar style, but, like, you know. And so, like, that's difficult. Like, you gotta figure out, like, where you're gonna be a little... Like, the only people that are allowed to be traditionally pretty are Link and Zelda. And that's, like, intentional, right? Like, there are a lot of character designs that are really cool, and it's like the Pokemon thing, right? Like, every Pokemon's gotta have something a little bit, like, you know? Like, there's no perfect Pokemon, like, oh, this is perfect and I love them forever, right? Paya and Purah? Not really. She's got this weird chin strap thing going on. Like, she has more human proportions, of course, because she is more human. Right? But, like, I mean, look at the fan art, right? They're pulling pieces off of it that are like, oh, I don't like this anymore, right? And then you have... And, like, I love Purah. I think she's, like, sick as hell, right? But she's breaking model quite a bit, right? She's got the huge baby doll eyes that don't exist in this franchise, like, anywhere, right? She feels very, otherworldly. Like, she's obviously, like, in the rendering style, but, like, she's definitely breaking. And I think this is why people, like, really attach to her, you know? Mink, welcome on in! Purah's so cute. Honestly, guys, you know that the reason that Rune got the red under her eyes is because I thought it was so cool on Purah that I tried it on myself, and then I was like, oh, that's so sick, and I've had them ever since. Hee. And then I had to come up with a lore reason for it, which is bullshit. No, NPCs in the game are made for the meme maker, specifically the face. I mean, yeah, like, that's a tidbit that helps, but, like, when we're talking about character design, like, we're not talking about all the random NPCs we're generating, we're talking about the ones that are actually, like, spending time on, right? I don't see in 2D these characters being separated from, like, from this style. Like, they stop looking like Zelda characters the moment they're out of that, right? It's been good, Ming. Thank you. I hope you've been doing good. Yeah, see how it, like, changes? Like, this doesn't feel like a Zelda character, does it? Like, once you take it out of the format, and, like, this is an exceptional cosplay. Like, it's an exceptional cosplay. But I don't see it as a Zelda. Like, I would not have clocked this as a Zelda character in any universe, unless I was told it was a Zelda character, right? So, I mean, like, she slays, right? But yeah, I think fundamentally, right, there's nothing wrong with the character design. Jesus Christ. Mink, we just met. Buy me dinner before you give me a paragraph like that. What the hell? She's a gacha waifu before... Yeah, I was assuming Genshin Impact instantly, right? So, like, Peaches with this, I think that, like, you were fighting an uphill battle, and I think that, like, we're talking a lot not about your character design, because I don't think it's anything to do with your character design. I think it has everything to do with the medium and the IP, and like making it makes it so difficult to break out into anything else, right? Without it being in this style, like without it being like very strictly in the like Tears of the Kingdom style, right? That like if you attempt to deviate from that at all, like you're just basically fucked instantly, right? So, and that's why we don't have a lot of great feedback on like what you could do to make that better, besides like make it in this style, which is like not usually a helpful thing to do, right? But some IPs you just have to do that, right? It's like if you're gonna make a Has-Been Hotel OC, like you gotta put them in the fucking skinny ass Alastor, you know, yeah pose, right? Like that's where that's where they gotta go, you know? But yeah, so it's one of those things where like I would find like a body type somewhere in the game that you like and like be tracing over it, right? And then because like again, I think all of the designs here, right? Like I love the asymmetry of this, and I love the shadow leg popping out, right? And I love the pattern going on here. And I love the half moon thing, and like it's so good, but it's never gonna look like Tears of the Kingdom until it looks like Tears of the Kingdom, you know? Like until you screenshot it. So, and that's just sometimes the unfortunate thing, right? So that's where we're at on that one. I don't envy getting into that. All right, how we feel about one more? One more time, no matter now. All right, no more new here. Now we'll go to Discord and we'll see. No more new there. All right, last spin of the day. You guys ready? You guys ready? This is so rigged. I swear to God. Get out of here. Goodness gracious. This is so rigged. I tried so hard. Mink, we just met. I do not need your life story right now. You came in and info dumped about your entire life while I'm in the middle of doing an event-based stream. You gotta chill out, brother. I predicted I'm a genius. You're a genius! Oh my god, Janelle's the smartest person ever. Alright, did you say you're on Discord? Well. Okay, I gotta put special music on for this one. I will say, overall, not rigged in the traditional sense. I did wheel spin every time. I accidentally opened up Blender. Please hold. I'm really good at pressing buttons, guys. I'm really good at them. Go away, Blender. Nobody loves you. Nobody loves you. It's not healthy for me no matter where. No. Put it on the page. Why are you so tiny on the screen? Why are you so tiny? Someone gonna rescue me. Get that out of here. Get that out of here. El wee wee. Hope I get 5 copies of Pingatuber. Shut up, Morse! Rune is Kana. That's it, Rune. Rion. Mink, thanks for the follow. Woo. Woo. Whap. El Huiwi. El Huiwi. This is my favorite Bobo. Mahal kita, Bobo! Alright. And then I want to make, because we're talking about silhouette, so we're going to quickly make a silhouette. You guys ask about silhouettes and then you don't send me PNGs. It's like you hate me! Making me. Woo! Alright. Rion says, hi, that's me. I'm the one who procrastinated. This is Rion, my VTuber, online Sona, and TBH. I have like literally no lore. He's just a manifestation of my vibes TM, and also designed with vague mixed nightlife idol vibes in mind. But, boom. I want him to be fun to draw, and I want his silhouette to be iconic, striking, recognizable, while not necessarily changing the key elements of his design, like the hair shape, wing shape, outfit, etc. What can I do to improve that? All right, we're on a pure silhouette gamer moment. Okay. Everyone have a little look-see here. Everyone look with your eyes. Little finky emotes, little looker emotes. This motherfucker recognizable as hell, I swear. I'm looking. Look with your special eyes, chat. Look with your special eyes! All right, I've done a look. I've done a little look-see. Am I recognizable because of the design or because you just see me so often? Okay, so if I'm here on the design, then you have, what you got going on right here, in terms of like the VTuberism, is you have just the long hair problem, right? You have the long hair problem of you get the swoop, you know, that you see with everybody who has long hair, right? And then people solve it by adding ears, and then they're just long hair with ears, right? Looks like it's the penis head, yeah. Penis lights! Hey, when are you gonna put the Twin Towers in your design? I have some thoughts on solving that without changing the hair shape. Down here is the most recognizable shit I've ever seen in my life. The moment I'm down here, you are instantaneously, I can't think of anybody that looks like this. Right? The only character design at all that I can think of that even remotely resembles this, much less VTuber design, is that weird succubus lady from one of those fighting games. She's got like green hair and she's got like thigh wings or something. I don't even know what her name is. Morrigan? Yeah, I think so. That's like the closest I could think of silhouette-wise to like anything that you got going on down here. That's the only character at all in like all of media that I'm like, yeah, that's anywhere close. So yeah, like if we're talking purely on a VTuber design thing, like the bottom half is so good. And then we got this going on. And so what I'm noticing in here, right? We've got tangents. We're having a tangent check problem. You guys don't know what a tangent is. A tangent is when two lines meet but do not intersect. That's what a tangent is. That's the definition of it, right? Why do we not like tangents? Because tangents make it unclear on communication on what's going on there, right? So, like, let's say I have a person ahead. Shiny Rock, thank you for the follow! It happens. Everyone always has to do a tangent check. All right, so imagine you have like a head of a guy right here, and he is sitting behind a tree. Does this look like he's got a tree on his head? He's a chef, yeah. Chef Hamlet. Hi, Samita! Right? And so then we also have like implied lines. So if I had like the tree, like have its like roots out like this, right? And then you can assume this line is continuing, and this is like overlapping on top. That changes it, right? And I had like a whole like background back here, right? Then we're breaking the tangent, right? So while we're looking for tangents here, right? Right here, we have Rion's shoulder intersecting with his hair. I almost said head. Right? And so now the confusion is are they touching? Or is this ahead of it, right? And I think this also solves partially the problem that we're going to have with the penis head. And so I think if we can bump out this shoulder. Woo. And like maybe this is solved more by like, honestly on both sides, cutting in the hair a little bit. I want this shoulder to pop out here. Woo. And then we're going to cut in the same amount on this side. We're going to avoid I've talked for a while. We're going to avoid making another tangent by lining it up here. By the way, the reason you do tangents all the time is because your body naturally wants to make things connect together. It's like, it's an active thought process to be removing tangents. You'll never like naturally be removing them. And sometimes there are parts of the design where you like want to break that and like make that assumption. But if we do like this, we're just gonna bump it out a little bit. Just carefully. And these are quick fixes. But we're looking to make negative space in here. What the hell? Apparently I'm done. You're getting the point. Popping that out here, right? And then we're looking in here, right? Just floofing this out. If I could be on the right layer at any point, I'd cry. There we go. Maybe. Question mark. Popping this out a little bit, just so we're breaking this up again. We're adding a bunch of tertiary detail in the silhouette, right? Avoid. Stop it! They're making fun of me! I woke up with a hard penis head. I'm so happy for you. Whew, thank you for the snack. What's up? Thank you for the snack. It's my vitamins. Boo, boo, boo. We're already seeing a little bit of that silhouette break. And like, obviously we'd like to fix this up. So this wasn't like, you know, like a fuck ass thing where it doesn't look like it's actually supposed to be there. And like, make sure the line is actually working, right? But we're looking for all those little juicy bits of negative space in here. And so anywhere that we can like push a little bit of it, you know, And then we got another tangent right here. And so having a little bit of your hand stick out. And like this could be intentional on your part that you want some of this stuff to like be like consumed by your hair. And I do think that, because like we've talked about this before, of like that would be a cool idea. About like hiding your wings in there and stuff. Because like when you go back and forth, I see like sometimes the wings come out, sometimes they don't, right? Yeah, popping these out. I love the wing shape. Wouldn't do anything to those. I feel like I want these to be broken. See how these lines are parallel? I feel like I'd also want to just like just pop one of them out like this. Just so it breaks the parallel. And that should add some tension to the clothing. Right? But like a lot of the personality that you're trying to go for is like a very like wild personality. And so breaking up tangents and then breaking up any perceived parallel lines or any perceived vertical or horizontal lines is going to serve you like really strongly. Ooh. I'll just do this manually. But if I was like pulling this up, have the shoulders be like angled. Ooh. Even have like a dip right here. Ooh. Ooh, hi Viewers! And you got this line going on here, right? And you usually at some point want to parallel it on the hips. So that could just be like this part is like scooting up more. Just to give the inclination of it. And this is really less to do about like how the clothes are constructed and more just like how we're drawing it. But anywhere you can add any amount of subtle, any subtle diagonal lines. And you're gonna see it here, you got a parallel line with your arms too. Right? Can you get them to converge on each other? Anywhere you can get the parallels to converge or splay out is going to be huge. Like, see these arms right here? Like, these converge, right? And so, like, if it wasn't that, like, if I wasn't changing anything about your design, or if I was allowed, I would come in here and I would make a strap like that, that, like, pulls you up like that, right? Because then you have this sweep through, right? And then, like, you already have, like, you have the ears, right? The ears are pointing towards you. That's great. Is there any way that we can point back up in here? You know? Like, even just the way that we draw this, which is gonna give a boob outline if we do this, right? Can we make, like, the sharper in here somewhere? I'm trying to think. The hips could potentially point up in some way. So we have a lot of downward pointing arrows, which is nice because, like, again, you have so much detail down here that is, like, super nice. And you've got a lot of, like follow the swoop, go down, right? Even, like, something like... so that, like, you're always, like, pointing back to your face. Just with, like, no matter what, you're always pointing back to your face. You know? And with the bikini tan lines to tilt into each other. Yes! Oh my god, I love that. Ooh. Sure, I can grab this color before I do that. I think I did this on the piece that I made for you for Art Fight. But I love angling tank top lines like that too. Yeah, and then you get a really nice X in here. Right? Because look at that. They just go shoop, shoop, bloop. And a bullseye, like, right in the middle of your head. You even have a nice triangle with your eyes right here, right? You have the wug shape right here. Like, you have the wug right here, right? And then you have a repeated wug right here. And then they cross over. It almost makes like a bat wing. I love it. If you added, like, little fangs, then you'd have, like, little feetsies. Started reading your message in your voice, Rion. That's so cute! He's so diagonals, which is good. I feel like it suits the personality. Right? Suits the personality, suits the like, the nightclub vibe going on here, right? This is reversed. But yeah, I do feel like it is very striking. Rion voice, oh. Narda's burger and Rion's wug. Wug burger. Trying to think of anything else. Ba, 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 da. This is a personal thing I do. But even when it's unshaded, I always like to add the neck shadow. It's just a really cheap way of bringing your face back up. I'll make it angled so it doesn't look like the Rune one. Yeah, it's like one of those things where, like, we just have to put so much work into bringing it back up to your face because you're, like, the bottom half of your design is literally just so recognizable. Okay, so if we cut off all these fuck-ass lines I drew everywhere. Woo! And then we can check a silhouette read on this. Don't call my name, don't call my name. I made this so much harder on myself than I needed to. I made it so much harder than I needed it to. Woo! So we've got some more silhouette readability with that. We're getting a lot more negative space everywhere. I just want to make you more triangular. Do you see this right here? You got this sweep right here. Right? Trying to get another one of those X's in here, right? Gonna bother you when I have my hair up alt design for second pair of eyes. Woo! How's the cripping going? I think it's been going really well. We've been having a really good time going through people's stuff. So you have like this, and then I'm like, I want it to X. You see what I'm saying there? And I'm like, where do we do that? Maybe we can pull it. It's like, it's so, it can come up here, but I'm like, do we like, no, I know me, I like to just put a fuck ton of fluff everywhere, so like, you know. Like making that stronger, I don't know. Oh my god, look at this. It's like a flying fox. Wow! That's kind of sick, I'm not gonna lie. Rion is the knight! Where is she? I love this. But yeah, I feel like my thing with it, Rion, right? I think just overall, I'm like, don't be scared of don't let like make your hair your bitch. Don't become a bitch to your hair. Like let it do some art where it's flipping around and shit, right? Like watch it move. I think honestly, like I think you're driving yourself maybe a little insane because you're always in the same pose while you're designing. Like get it out in the wild. Like go make it touch grass. And I think you're gonna see the problems instantly. Or you're gonna see that things that you were worried about being problems are just not there. Like draw yourself in 3/4, right? Draw yourself like interacting with stuff. Right? Or like put some wind physics on it, right? Cause like what happens when you have like when it flows out like this because the wind is hitting it. Right? Like what's going on there? That might change a lot for you. Draw yourself doing a backflip. Yeah! Because then you might also see like these are flipping out like this. Right? Like who knows what's gonna happen? Or like what happens when your ears go, like can your ears move? Right? Like what happens if they go down like this? What if your ears are off center? That's something you want to figure out now before you take it into Live 2D, right? And you're like, oh, I want to make my ears move. And then it's like, oh, like how do they move? Look, I can make you dance. I'm so cool. Look at you go. Wee. I got a fish in the face in Live 2D. But yeah, I did notice, by the way, the chain is nice, and I also noticed the way that you added the hem right here to the pants. I love that. I like that quite a bit. Also, the bangs from Loki, not happy with. Yeah, I see you moving the hair vents all the time. I have this problem too. I have this problem too. I keep changing my hair over and over again because I'm like, oh, it doesn't work in 3D. I want to die. Been a record, baby. Hair vents are pissing me off. How do they work in 3D and Live 2D and like how do they move in motion? I think they were made by the devil. I would say that they would be really cute because they add like a little nubbin to make these feel like ears, which is usually why I see them get added. But like you also have ears, so like why do you need that? You know what I'm saying? Got it. Oh, close. Yeah. Yeah. I need a face for me with my big ass ears. Yeah. See. Sometimes it's okay to just murder a part of yourself and then just go, what's gonna happen? More focus on face and ears. I'd love to see how your ears move and like personality stuff. Because again, like your focus is all the way up here. I hate that it's so cool down here. It's so cool down here and nobody sees this shit in Live 2D. We gotta get you doing 3D You know, honestly, it's when you have your 3D concert debut and karaoke live stream and everyone gets to see your juicy pants. That's when it really counts, right? Then everyone's like, oh my god, that's so cool down there. The wings and the shoes and the juicy pants. That's when it's gonna be for realsies. I've been looking into Warudo. I was looking into it last night, Rion, and I was they have like a full concert thing set up for it. I think the Warudo Pro Indie license that gives you the ability to have director cameras and stuff. So you would be doing your stream and doing your tracking, and then you'd have a director who's like managing all of the cameras and all that stuff to basically MMD you. They got like a whole system for that, and it's so cool. And I was like, I want it so bad. But yeah, all right. I have snoozed ads 3 times. And we are ready to get out of here. I did a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them, which I think is a pretty good amount. I can feel a little tingle in my voice. So, thank you everyone who submitted a design. I really appreciate you guys. I know it's kind of rigged on everyone I knew, but I promise you I did not rig the fucking wheel. This was a lot of fun. These, I was really nervous coming into this. I didn't know if I was going to have something good to say for all of them. And you know, you always get a little bit of a fluff about it, right? Half an hour piece wasn't so bad. Yeah, I think we did pretty good. So, I love doing this stuff. I don't know if you guys know this, because I don't get asked very often nowadays, but like people do ask me all the time while I'm doing art. It's harder when I'm in Blender or when I'm collabing or when I'm like playing games. But you guys are always free to pop in and just ask my opinion about something. Like, I'm always fine. Like, if anything, I'd rather get distracted by doing a little bit of a crit than, what is the word I'm looking for? Than talking about, like, eggs and butthole, you know? Welcome back from birthing! So, I do, like, keep it chill, you know? Like, I can't be spending so much time on it every stream, right? But definitely, like, especially if you're like, oh man, I'm just really stuck on this thing, right? Can I get a second pair of eyes? Can I throw it up to chat for a little bit? Or like, hey, I got this one problem, right? But I'm not gonna be like, oh, fix my design. I'm like, oh, okay, well, now we're spending half an hour on that crap, right? Can't find the Critoris. Oh my god. But yeah, thank you guys for coming around. I do like doing these a lot. This was fun. I've actually, this is fun because I've wanted to do a portfolio review for you guys as well. Which are kind of scarier. For sure. Oh my god! Someone kill me! I cannot believe this right now. Are you kidding me? VTuber art rate started back up today on Coda Blicky's channel? And nobody told me? I hate all of you. All of you. Gulag. Gulag, 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 gulag! I've been waiting over a year for them to come back. I hate you guys. Why didn't nobody tell me? Oh, I can't believe this. Oh, well, we're gonna go raid Coda, because I want to cry about it. Oh my god. Alright, we're gonna go visit Coda Blicky, and you guys can figure out what the fuck a VTuber art rate is, because if those are coming back, they're happening, like, I think, like, once a month. Thank you for Sippy! All right, there's the raid message. I know it's been forever. Thank you guys for coming in. I really appreciate you guys. Schedule wise, I don't think I'm getting to that third Blender stream. I'm getting really EP on streams. As you guys saw, I've been very tired. I'm gonna take like 1 or 2 days off. I will be back on Tuesday, bare minimum. Bare minimum Tuesday. Tuesday is Alina Stygian's debut around my normal time. So we're gonna go over to Alina's channel and say hi. We might do a weight room. We might not. We'll see. And then after Alina's debut, Omega is making me and Sharksided play League of Legends again, and I am forced to stream it. We can't just hide on Omega's channel. Omega's making us stream both. At least making me to do it. So expect me League of Legends on Tuesday and watch me crash out. Otherwise, we're gonna do art whenever I can find the time next week. It'll be good. So I'll see you guys around. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And I skibbity you. You guys are also skibbity